Hello and welcome to the Incumbent Affairs live election coverage for the 2024 United States presidential election. Throughout this live stream, I'll be keeping you up to date on the latest results, as well as telling you whose direction I think the election is headed in. Very soon, we should have our first results, as polls have some polls have closed straight to that, but I can also already see some chat messages coming in, so let's take a look and dive in to the 2024 election. Hello, the Daily Snail. Thank you for coming in. We should be live now. I'm looking forward to all the chat messages. I'm going to be answering your questions if you have any, just discussing with you, and of course, telling you the results. We've got this lovely map somewhere behind me. I think it's there. And that map should soon be lighting up in red and blue eventually. But first, we're expecting Indiana and Kentucky to go pretty strongly in the Republican direction. Hello, Jess Evans. And the Daily Snails ask a question. If you had to guess the Electoral College for each, what would you predict? I'm not exactly sure on the totals. It's around 312 for a Trump landslide in the swing states and a similar number for Harris. If I had to predict the numbers for each, it's difficult, but since they're all so close, I'm expecting a tiny Trump overperformance. I think pollsters have probably done their job in correcting for their past mistakes and underestimating Trump, but I'm still expecting a slight overperformance from him, and that would be enough to sweep all 7 swing states. That's Nevada, Georgia, North Carolina, Arizona, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, and Michigan. I think that's all of them. Okay, so in terms of a win for each of them. For Harris, yeah, 270, 268 would be her best path, definitely. That would be losing all the swing states apart from the 3 northern ones, Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, and Michigan, which would not be impossible for her to do because polls are currently suggesting that she is either ahead or even with Trump in those. And that would be a pretty depressing result for Trump, as he would just lose out on becoming the next president. And then I also heard the argument that if that were to happen, the census, or whoever does the census, would be sued, would be taken to the Supreme Court, because apparently they fudged the numbers, and according to some, the Electoral College votes were awarded to the wrong states. Apparently that's all crazy stuff. We're not really ready to assess that yet. Let's get there. We'll cross that bridge when we get there. But we also have, how much do exit polls really mean? Now, they're different to the ones in the UK. You might have seen our UK live stream a few months ago. In the UK one, it gave us a pretty good estimate of who had won. It's slightly different there because it was overwhelming in Labour's favour, that election. But this time, I'm not sure. They don't really try to predict the winner, especially when it's so close. But it's kind of more issues based. So I saw on the BBC, they published an exit poll that had democracy as the top issue, followed by the economy. Then a bit further down was immigration, which was a bit of a surprise to me, as the economy usually tops the list, which might actually work in Harris's favour, as she's been hammering home the democracy point. That might have worked for her campaign, but we'll see. Again, exit polls don't really provide us much information. No results on the map yet, but we should have polls closing in Indiana and Kentucky. Some polls, we'll see. Is it correct that it could be until November 7th that we get the actual final results? That comment is from Zozzy. Maybe. Could be even later. I remember in 2020 it took full days for the result to be known. Just some states were really slow at counting. I remember Nevada and Arizona were particularly bad. But I think that's because of COVID mainly. That sort of delayed things. We had a lot more mail-in ballots back then. Still a lot this time, but it should be more efficient counting all of them. So while that is possible, it depends on just how close the election is really. I do think we'll know who the winner is tonight, or early hours of the morning. If Harris wins all 3, she wins, yes. If Harris wins all the 3 northern states, that's Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, and Michigan, she wins. But we shall see, of course. And I'm surprised we still haven't got any results over here. They should be coming in around here, Indiana and Kentucky. Those should start going red. If they go blue, that would be a massive surprise, and I think the stream would be over very quickly. But we're going to keep going until we know the winner, hopefully, which will probably be, I'm predicting about 7 hours until we know the winner. That would be desirable. It'll be even quicker if Harris wins maybe Georgia, North Carolina, Arizona, as we're not expecting her to win those. Then we can kind of predict which way the election's going. But we're just going to have to wait and see, really. Not much else we can do apart from that, with no results coming in yet. What would you say the odds are? So, in terms of forecasts, I've been looking at a lot of forecasts for each of the candidates over the last few weeks, and they seem to all be at about 50-50. Personally, I'd say it's 80-20 for Harris, but that's just my personal... 80-20 for Trump, sorry. 20 for Harris, but that's just my personal prediction. But that's not really based on any numbers more than just a gut feeling. Of course, there's some polling evidence that suggests that way, some polling that suggests the opposite. But most forecasts seem to come out at 50-50. Yes, the Seltzer poll gives some more hope for the Harris campaign, definitely. So this poll published by Ann Seltzer, it's every election cycle she does this Iowa poll, and it's really highly sought over, quite respected. And Iowa went to Trump last election by about 8 points, it might have been 10. And this poll put Harris ahead by 3. That would be a massive swing. This is why this poll has been sort of discounted, because it's such an outlier. But then again, Iowa hasn't really been polled that much because it's not a swing state. Praying for a tie. That is unlikely. It's about, I believe it's 1 in 1,000 or 3 in 1,000 for a tie. In that case, it would go to Congress, which will probably be controlled by Republicans, which means Trump would probably win in the case of a tie. But a tie has never happened. That would be interesting. A tie is 1 in 100,000. Not that low, but more or less, it's really unlikely. Looks like some House races have already called. Really? I haven't been checking there. Still says 0 for me down there. This is the 6 years these House seats are up. So a lot of them have already been called, as in they just on the... Yeah, a tie is really unlikely. I wouldn't really entertain it at the moment. If she wins Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania, but loses Nebraska's 2nd district, it's 269. Still, that's really unlikely. Really, really unlikely. We're talking 3 in 1,000 chances. But you never know. It's an outcome we will look out for. It's actually more likely this time than it has been in a while. So you never know. It's one outcome we're looking out for out of many, but it's not really worth considering at the moment. If we get closer to then and the results suggest it's heading that way, we'll give it some proper thought. But for now, it's not really worth entertaining. %, reporting in Indiana, 70.5% Trump. I'm using Bloomberg up here. I don't think it has those results yet, but you should see them popping in soon, hopefully. If not, my model is broken. Oh, for the House race. 2 seats in Kentucky called for Republicans. Okay. Bloomberg does not have that yet. Maybe I chose the wrong site to use for this stream, but we shall see. Okay, Sky News. That's on Sky News that 2 House races have been called. Okay. But of course, we'll have those updates for you here, hopefully. I don't know who Bloomberg relies on. Maybe the Associated Press to call them. CNN has called them. Okay. That's pretty reputable, according to some. But please do let me know if you have any questions, if you'd just like to hear my thoughts. Even talk amongst yourself in the chat, you're welcome to do that. Thank you for the 6 likes on the stream. Thank you to everyone who is here. Really appreciate it. More likely than usual for a tie, closest election ever. For it to be like a 270-268 split for Harris, that's actually quite likely, a lot more likely than a tie, which is 3 in 1,000 again. But it could be the closest election since 1876, I believe, when it was just one electoral vote between the two of them. Kentucky 2% in, 63.4% for Trump. Okay, makes sense. Again, Kentucky and Indiana, some polls have closed there. We're not expecting any surprising results there, but we'll keep an eye on it. We can track overperformances and underperformance compared to last cycle, and predict kind of where it's going. But we'll see. It's only a small indicator of the national stage. Later in the night, we'll have better results. But again, we're just going to have to wait for those. I'm just going to check on Bloomberg, because that's the model I'm using up there, whether or not they've actually updated. Because otherwise I might have to switch my model. But let's see. So I'm just checking out their website. Have they got results? I don't think so, but 2 House races have been called. Have I got that up there? It doesn't look like it. It's difficult not to get in the way. But let me know if down there we do have some House races. Because I really can't see from here. But let me know if my model is working. Okay, it appears my model is not working, as Indiana and Kentucky have started to go red. Let me attempt to fix that. Technical difficulties, guys. I'm sorry. I'm just heading in here to see if I can get this model to work. Apparently not. It doesn't want to display the real results. Just give me a second, please. Hopefully I'll have those for you soon. Yeah, not ideal, but I'm just trying to bring up those results for you now, because my model does not seem to work. Okay. Again, not ideal. Bloomberg has detected suspicious activity on my behalf. That's not great. And it's still not showing me the results. That is annoying to say the least. I'm so sorry, guys. I think I'm going to take the stream offline just to figure this out for a moment, and then we'll be back. Please stick with me. I'll be with you shortly. I'm going to have to switch around Bloomberg or something, because I'm not sure why this isn't working. Okay, it seems the Guardian has it. So we're gonna use their model. Just allow me to get that working. Hopefully it won't take long. So I can hopefully just slot this in up here. There's your map. And we do now have Indiana and Kentucky there. We're gonna also have to replace these House and Senate displays, unfortunately. But we can replace those again with Guardian's projections. apologies for the technical difficulties. You can blame Bloomberg. There we go. Should have it looking okay for you all now. Just gonna make sure it's all aligned and looking perfect. It's not ideal what we've had to do here, but thank you for sticking with me. Oh, Associated Press, thank you. I've just been looking at this though, but I will get back to it. Okay. Technical difficulties aside, we should now have our live display of results if all things go well. Thank you for the 7 people who stuck with me. I don't blame you if you left, but should all be working now. Do let me know if something's up, but I am back to answering your questions now. We've been running a poll on this stream, and it seems Kamala Harris has just taken the lead with 13 votes. Okay. Now, getting back to it. Okay. Thank you for the precise results. 956 to 2560 for Indiana on Sky in Trump's favor, of course. That should be correct according to my Guardian projection. Okay. I apologize for the technical difficulties, but please, if you have any questions, that would be great. I'd be more than happy to answer them or just discuss anything you like. Okay. If I scoot along this way, you should have a better view and hopefully some better mic quality, which is nice. Okay, again, let me know if you have any questions or concerns with the stream, because it hasn't been perfect so far. Okay, who are the people voting for RFK Jr.? He dropped out like a couple of weeks ago. He dropped out, I think, maybe close to 2 months ago now. Or maybe 1 month. But, might have been even longer than that, because he basically endorsed Trump. He didn't really... At one point, he was considering kind of staying in the race and just withdrawing from the swing states. That didn't happen. He ended up just saying, you need to vote for Trump. Everyone needs to vote for Trump regardless of where you are. We want him to win in the popular vote. We want there to be no confusion about who won this election. And that has been a considerable move from RFK. Maybe those people didn't get the memo that are voting for him, or maybe they just feel he is the best candidate, would not feel comfortable supporting anyone else, and is kind of using their vote as sort of a protest. Which is kind of weird. You'd think they'd all go to Trump or just not bother voting because he does not have a chance of winning anymore. Not that he ever did, but that might explain some of the mentality for these RFK Jr. sticklers. 1.1% for RFK Jr. in Indiana. Really, that's a huge surprise. I thought you might be talking like 0.1% at most of these people still voting for RFK Jr. But that's really interesting. I wonder who those votes are coming from. Wow. That's really surprising. Thank you for telling me. But again, those are all the states we have information for at the moment. Let me just actually make sure my hand isn't under our lovely display here. That would be nice. But I will be back with you in 1 second. Just technical difficulties as always. Just got to get these displays behind me, which would be nice. I did have it all set up, but then Bloomberg decided to deny me access, which is very mean of them. But now my hand should be in front of our displays there, which is nice. Thank you. Okay. Have we got any more questions? That's only 518 votes, though. Yeah, that's to be considered, but still, if that's indicative of the rest of the state vote, RFK Jr. is going to take, like, well, 1% of the national popular vote, which would be impressive for an independent, especially one who has pulled out of the race. It makes me think, just how many votes would he have received if he stayed in? Probably about 6, maybe 5, 6% in my estimations. But, yeah, 1.2% for RFK now. And that's definitely a surprise. I thought he'd receive a few, just from people who didn't get the memo that he dropped out, or, you know, protest votes. We get those every cycle. But that's so many. That is so many more than I was expecting. 0.8% of the vote nationally so far. Yeah, he could get a full percentage point. I wonder which independent candidates he beats, because I know the Libertarian candidate, Chase Oliver, is running at about 1% nationally. Jill Stein running at 1% nationally. I wonder if he can beat either of them. That would be quite disappointing for them, losing to a candidate who has dropped out. He's above both Oliver and Stein. Wow. Yeah, okay. That would be very funny if he manages to beat them. Not so much for them, but good luck to Chase Oliver and, well, it feels, as always, Jill Stein. Thank you for popping in, everyone. We've got 10 people watching. Remember to like the stream, subscribe if you haven't already. I'm not going to tell you to do that much tonight. We'll be mainly in the depths of the news cycle. But just as we've got only a few results coming in, I thought it'd be an appropriate time to ask. Of course, we've got channel memberships. If you'd like to gain access to some interesting emojis, we've got mainly British focused politics ones, but we might extend if there's the demand. Going back to our poll that is in chat, we've got 53% support for Harris, 47% for Trump. That's fairly in line with what I expected, maybe a bit of an underperformance for Harris, as in our polls we usually get like 3-1 Harris support a lot of the time. We did also put up a community post. Harris is leading by 3-1 in that community post. But in terms of actual polls, it's really been even nationally for the last few weeks or so, I'd say, which has been a surprise, honestly. I know Trump has this sort of built-in coalition of supporters. He has this very high vote floor that he can't really go below, even if he shoots someone on Fifth Avenue. But yeah, his national support has been very surprising. Basically, even with Harris leading in some polls. I'd be very surprised if he beat Harris nationally in the actual vote. But it's not impossible. It's actually not impossible this time around. He lost to Hillary Clinton in the national popular vote by 2%, I believe, and to Biden by between 4 and 6. I think it might have been 4, which was an overperformance of the polls. But if he overperforms the polls this time by a similar measure, he'll win the popular vote by 2 points, and likely every single swing state. But the same is true for Harris, of course. Again, this really is a dead heat. Indiana and Kentucky still looking very red as expected. If you've got any questions just while we wait for more results. Polymarket says 29% of him winning the popular vote. I'd say that's about right. Yeah, I'd take those odds. They seem fairly accurate. Again, it would be a surprise if he won the popular vote, but not impossible, as you said. Like Nate Silver has been saying, I think there's been some poll hedging. Yeah, I saw that Nate Silver article about a lot of pollsters just withholding polls. I forgot what word he used for it. Poll hoarding, I think. Where they're just scared to publish outsiders. That's why Ann Seltzer's Iowa poll made such a big splash. Because all of the polls have just been 50-50 in all the swing states nationally, more or less, for a while now. We had some movement in Trump's direction in Georgia, Arizona, and North Carolina over the past few weeks. He seems to be up by between 2 and 3 points in those 3 states. But other than that, I really haven't seen many outlier polls at all. Even candidates being up maybe 4 or 5 points. Haven't seen any of those. 5% in Indiana and 2% in Kentucky. Okay. I feel like that's kind of slow. Are they usually faster than that? I'm not sure. And where are those? Are those from rural counties or cities? Cities usually take longer to count. But thank you for your constant updates. It's really appreciated. And just while we're waiting, I am going to launch the vertical version of this stream, which should allow Shorts feed users to encounter the stream, which would be nice to get some more questions in and stuff like that. So just while we're waiting for more results, I'm going to come over here and do that for us quickly. I encourage you to stay here if you're on a desktop device or even a mobile device, as this is the better viewing experience, but it's just so people can encounter the stream in their Shorts feed, which would be nice. Alright, I'm just launching that aforementioned stream. And you're welcome to go over there if you like, but it'll probably be dead for a while just before it gets pushed into Shorts feed, which hopefully it does. But I'm just working out how I can get this to display over there for now. Shouldn't take long, hopefully. Again, just please enter in some questions into the chat when I get back to my battle station. I'd be happy to answer them, very happy to answer them. Shouldn't be very long at all now. Just making sure this vertical stream is set up nicely. And then we'll see if we get any traction from the Shorts feed. That would be nice. Says it's connected. Just give me a second, please. Won't be long at all. Long night if you live in the UK. It will be a long night, leading into a long morning. We'll see. I'm expecting to know who has won my time about 6 a.m. if we're lucky, so it will be a very long night. But I'm here for you guys. I'll be here the whole night, hopefully, unless I spontaneously pass out from exhaustion. But I have done it before. We did a 7-hour stream for the UK version. Of course, I had my co-host Harry here. So I will be doing all of the talking this time. We'll see how much that takes a toll on me. But, yeah, you could go to bed and wake up and it still might be going. I'd advise maybe taking a nap. We won't really know who will win until the swing states come in. We should be expecting, I believe, Georgia and North Carolina soon. Maybe Arizona and Nevada, but they have a bit of a weird record with counting votes. They seem to be a bit slow. But again, we'll see. Hopefully those swing states will come in soon. I'm expecting Trump to win them. Those will not tell us who won the election. Apart from maybe if they all go to Harris. But that would be a surprise, as I said. Let me just check some logistics again. I'm going to go live on the mobile stream quickly. Hopefully that won't take very long at all. Just going to make sure that's public so everyone can view it if they wish. Alright, that mobile stream should be live. It's on private though, so I might need to publish that, but we shall see. But thank you for sticking with me. Even when there's been plenty of technical difficulties, I will be back with you very soon. Okay. That mobile stream is now live. We've got a vertical stream running at the same time as our horizontal desktop display. Do let me know if you can see that, but I would advise you staying here. This is the high quality stream. It's just so we can get pushed into Shorts feeds. And hopefully I can get some more questions to talk about. Yeah, 12 a.m. GMT right now, just about. 11:30 a.m. GMT at the moment. Georgia's polls closed at 7 p.m. EST. So yeah, half an hour until we get Georgia results. I'm very intrigued for them. I'm looking at probably a Trump +2 victory. If it's any higher than that, he should also be overperforming nationally. But as Kentucky and Indiana polls have closed, it would be interesting to look at last cycle's results to see where he compares. Because he needs to overperform from 2020 to win, of course. Okay, I'm just heading back over to my live stream dashboard so we can make sure everything is going well. Please stay here. I don't advise going to the vertical stream. This is a better viewing experience. RFK Jr. has fallen behind Chase Oliver in Indiana. Interesting. Per CNN. That means probably he's running at about 1%, which would be in line with polls. So no surprises there, really. But I'm going to get back to my chair. Thank you for all the questions. I'll be happy to answer all of them. Alright, we should be all set up. Thank you for your patience. Okay. Right, back in the saddle. 57% of Indiana vote last year. 5% is in. It's 62.5% for Trump this time. But again, I'm not sure if that's cities reporting or rural counties. If it's cities, you'd expect a lower Trump vote. If it's rural counties, you'd expect a higher Trump vote, of course. So maybe I'll take a look in a second at just where those votes are coming from. I'm going to do that now. I'm still on this Bloomberg website, unfortunately, but it should work for my phone. Kentucky is 66% Trump. That's no surprise there. I'm not able to zoom in on the counties, unfortunately, so let me head over to one that will let me. Maybe that's The Guardian, which is the one we're using up here. They've been quite good to me. They haven't blocked me, unlike Bloomberg. Okay. Let's zoom in on Kentucky. And see just which counties are reporting. Okay. So we've got reporting just outside of Frankfurt. Louisville is not reporting yet. Cincinnati, or the border of Cincinnati, is reporting. They're going for Trump. So let's use, let's find a big county and compare it to 2020. So I'm looking at Laurel County here. They are 30% reporting. That's a pretty hefty amount. That should be indicative of the rest of the vote. We've got 81.2% Trump. Let's zoom in on the 2020 results. See if I can find it first. And this should give us our first indication of whether Trump is overperforming from 2020 or underperforming. Of course, he needs to overperform by about 4 points, but this will not tell us much. It's just reading chicken entrails at the moment is just interesting. Okay, let me just locate Laurel County, as this seems to be where we've got a good amount of votes reported. It's taking me a while, bear with me. Laurel County, where are you, please? I could look it up, but I am impatient, so I'm just going to keep randomly pressing on counties here, hoping to find it. Alright, never mind, let me just Google it. Okay, Laurel County, Kentucky, 2020 results. Hopefully we'll get some indication there. Oh, I've been blocked from the website. This is not going well. If someone else could fill me in on that, that would be greatly appreciated. So we've got 81.2%, 30% votes reported in Laurel County. I'm just trying to get a indication of just how they're voting this, well, 4 years ago. It's not allowing me to at the moment. Maybe Laurel County doesn't exist. Maybe I'm making it up. Maybe they've redistricted, I don't know. But I can't seem to find it, I'm sorry everyone. I was hoping to get a good indication of how things were going from that, but it doesn't seem to want me to. That's fine, we'll head back to the proper map. Maybe find a different state. Oh, I was looking in the wrong area, that doesn't help, does it? Okay, I need to try, it's difficult because I'm trying to remember the small shapes of these states while trying to cross-reference them. But let's see if I can get it this time around. Knox County, Laurel County, okay. Oh, this is interesting. Trump is doing worse in Laurel County this time around than he did in 2020. Of course, we've only got 30% of the result reported right now, but in 2020, Trump won 82.7% of Laurel County. This time around, he won 81.2%. Of course, we're waiting for the rest of the results to come in. This is reading chicken entrails. Don't read into this at all, really. It's just interesting. But this is interesting. Okay. If Trump were to underperform 2020, that would be a massive Harris overperformance from the polls, because of course Trump lost in 2020. But please don't read into that much. I'm going to refresh Laurel County right now. We might have a result that's close to that, or even better than that for Trump. But it's just interesting to read these small results. Still the same, Laurel County has not declared any more votes at the moment. Looking over at Indiana, Trump is of course leading. I'm surprised it hasn't been called yet. Well, we've only got 5.1% of the vote in there. I'm surprised. I guess it's only these small counties. Again, not all the polls have closed in Kentucky and Indiana. It's just select ones. So I wouldn't expect all the votes to come in. I'm guessing the rest of them in, for example, Louisville and Frankfurt will come in a bit later on, in about 24 minutes if we're lucky. So we shall see. Fort Wayne is coming in Indiana. That's a, what's the word? Urban area, compared to a lot of rural counties which have not reported yet. Trump is leading there in Fort Wayne, Allen County, 51-47. He's leading in an urban area, 51.8 to 47.1. Let's cross-reference that. We have 43% of the vote. Should be a good indication of how he's doing at the end of the night. 51.8% in Allen County, where Fort Wayne is located. I'm just saying that not to tell you, but to remind myself. 51.8% in Indiana, Fort Wayne. That's an underperformance for Trump compared to 2020. Wow. Trump won that area by 54%. He's underperforming by a couple of points. Are we just reading chicken entrails? Yes. Is this interesting? Yes. I'm just going to check the chat for some more questions. Thank you to everyone who's been submitting that as I went on that odd tangent. But if we go over here. Hamilton County has shifted Republican +7 to Democratic +1. Interesting. Wow. That is definitely interesting. I'm just trying to... I think this stream is experiencing some difficulties maybe because of this parallel stream I'm running vertically. We'll leave it running for a bit and then see how we feel. But largest shift from Democrats so far. Yes, Democrats seem to be overperforming this time since 2020. Of course, this is just in strongly Republican states. But it's interesting. It's quite a big shift. Could this mark a Harris overperformance? Maybe. I'm going to consult, I'm not sure if it's running, but the New York Times needle, which should give some indication as who's ahead in terms of the prediction. I don't think they've got it running yet, unfortunately. But when they do, I'll let you know, since there are some strikes going on with the engineers that run the New York Times needle. So I'm not quite sure how that's going to go. Okay. 8 points to the left. Largest shift from Democrats to the Democrats, sorry. It's definitely interesting how all of the counties we've checked are shifting to the Democrats. Again, strongly Republican counties in strongly Republican states, but it's interesting. You can't deny that. Okay. Again, we should have some big results coming in roughly 20 minutes. That's when Georgia and North Carolina, I believe, start reporting their votes. That'll be exciting. When will the first results come in? I do think states will start being called roughly very quickly after midnight, or in Eastern time, that would be 7 p.m., as that's when the rest of Kentucky and Indiana polls close, and we do get a lot of new states reporting as well. Oh, okay. So Taylor County Republicans have improved by 2 points over 2020. That breaks the trend of Democrats overperforming. Thank you for that, Jim Slim. Do let me know if this stream is experiencing some difficulties, because we are running that parallel vertical stream, hoping it gets recommended in short feeds. We will see. But thank you for all the questions. Please do feel free to submit more. I love answering them. It makes my job a lot easier. So I'm not just giving you a lot of dead air as we're looking over the results here. But thank you everyone who's submitted questions so far. It was laggy earlier, but better now. Okay, thank you so much. That's interesting, because I did launch the parallel stream since then. So I'm thinking that was just some brief technical difficulties. But do let me know. I could shut down that parallel stream to make this run better. But thank you. Thanks so much for that update. Very big blue swing in Indiana. Interesting. Oh, Washington Post swing map. Okay, thank you. I will also bring that up. Washington Post swing map. Okay. Because that might be indicative of a Harris overperformance. Okay. Shift since 2020. Oh, never mind. It's making me log on. Okay, I guess you'll just have to update me on that, but thank you. Thank you for letting me know about the Washington Post swingometer. Hamilton County with the largest shift, 8 points to Democrats. That's, of course, in Indiana, which is experiencing a bit of a blue swing, so I'm told that is good news for Harris. And which non-swing state would you say has the highest chance of surprising everyone? So outside of the Big Seven, there's a lot of talk about Florida and Texas maybe shifting to the Democrats. I don't think that will happen this election cycle, especially since the national climate is moving towards Trump, and these swing states are also moving towards Trump. And he did still win them in 2020, and he's expected to do better this time. So I really don't think there will be any big surprises, especially on the Democrat side, as I doubt they will win any new states that they didn't win in 2020, with the possible exception of North Carolina, but then the election is basically over. We'll know which way it's heading by then. Biggest state that I would expect to be surprised by, maybe, outside of the swing states, there's always Virginia. I think that's polling about 4% for Harris at the moment. Trump would have to overperform by a pretty solid margin to win Virginia. Then we'd have Minnesota on the table as well. I don't think there'll be any surprises. I think we're just looking at these 7 swing states, but it's possible. Okay, updates in 15 seconds. Iowa. Have we got results in Iowa? Really? Thank you for all the chat messages. I do appreciate it. I'm just going to consult the results myself on the Guardian website, so we can get a bit of a better picture, as they should all start flooding in 15 minutes. But we've still only got results in Indiana and Kentucky. But a lot of, well, not necessarily battlegrounds, a couple of battlegrounds maybe, their polls do close in roughly 15 minutes. And that is when things will start to get interesting. We've got 9% reporting for Indiana and only 3% for Kentucky. They should become a lot clearer in 15 minutes when the remaining polls in those states close. But I'm more interested in Georgia and North Carolina, which should be closing in 15 minutes. And that should give us a very good idea of who could win this election. So still 80-20 for Trump, or have you changed at all? I'm not sure, really. These safe states have different voting records. People are more confident. Well, people are more... Well, I don't know, honestly. Am I still 80-20 for Trump? Sure. But this is food for thought, definitely. But again, I'm not going to read too much in to these smaller states where people know their vote is not as important. Maybe that means people just didn't bother voting. But it's certainly interesting. Thank you for that question. 80-20 for Trump is a bit too much for Trump. That's fair. This is just my personal prediction. I think there might be a slight Trump overperformance. I could be very wrong, of course. It's impossible to predict polling error, really. It's just a gut feeling, really. So I wouldn't take my opinion with too much credibility. It's probably 50-50 in all honesty, but if I were to give you an opinion, I don't really want to sit on the fence. I don't like doing that. So my gut feeling is Trump. I want to be clear with you on that. I'm not going to sit on the fence, but you're welcome to share your own. 538 had Harris 50-50 tight lead. Really? Was that their final projection? I'm going to check that out now. Because 538 had Trump up for a while. Oh yeah, Harris at 50 in the lead. Interesting. But interestingly, they still had the most likely outcome as the most likely specific electoral vote outcome as around 312 for Trump. But still, that's very interesting as Trump had been leading there for a couple of weeks, I think. Poly market has dropped from 62% to 57% chance of a Trump win. That is interesting. Okay. But it's a betting market. Of course it's a betting market. But it's a crypto-backed betting market, which you'd think would typically be on the side of Trump. But we shall see, of course. It's very interesting, though. Thank you for pointing that out. And over on the vertical stream, I'm sorry I haven't been checking this much, but Billowy Wall, I think that's how you pronounce it. Do correct me if it's not. But what's your electoral vote prediction? Again, for some reason it looks like I'm just not sitting in the chair on that stream. Never mind, there it is. I just had to refresh. My electoral vote prediction is the same as 538's most likely electoral vote prediction. Of course, that is sitting at like 5% of total outcomes. But still, I'm predicting a Trump overperformance ever so slightly. Not enough to win any unexpected states. But I think Trump will take all swing states, barring any information we've just gotten from these states that have reported so far. It seems there's been a slight Democrat overperformance in some of these smaller counties. But disregarding that, I am expecting a Trump overperformance. I do think he'll take all the swing states. It's 50-50 really, but I'm not going to sit on the fence. That is my gut feeling. Thank you for the question. Okay, moving back over to the horizontal stream. Thank you for all the questions over on here. Wisconsin for Harris and Pennsylvania for Trump. Would not be surprised by that. I think Pennsylvania and Wisconsin are more favorable to Trump than Michigan. Michigan tends to lean more left, especially as they voted for Bernie Sanders over Hillary Clinton in the 2016 primary. That's, again, reading kind of chicken entrails, but, you know, you can read into whatever. Only 2 counties in Kentucky that hugely voted for Trump have shifted for Trump. Okay, that's interesting. Stream poll is very close too. Yeah, the stream poll, 23 votes. It's basically dead even with Kamala Harris just 1 vote ahead. That is with 23 votes. Of course, not an accurate predictor. We've got a lot of British people who watch this channel. So maybe take that with a massive grain of salt. But we shall see whether that has been indicative of the popular vote later in the night, hopefully. But thank you for all the questions. I will get back to them very shortly. And in 11 minutes, we should have polls closing in a bunch of states. I'm going to bring those up in a second. But for now, I'd like to read the chat if we've got anything new from the vertical stream. Hey there, Jack McGinn. Welcome to the stream. We've got a horizontal stream running as well if you'd like to move over to that one. But I'm glad I'm appearing in your shorts feed. Thank you very much. I appreciate all the questions. I'll be jumping in between the 2 streams and answering those questions. Or you can just discuss anything you like with everyone else in the stream. Thank you. Please leave a like. It does help. And now I'm going to check which states will be receiving votes from in 11 minutes. It should be a couple of swing states. This might be big. But 538 does have a map where we can see when we can expect results. I started the stream with just 2 states having polls closed, partially closed. Not all of the polls in Kentucky and Indiana have been closed, only a few of them. That's why we've only got about 10% of vote reported in each. But if I check in over on here, when will we know the 2024 election results? It is currently... Oh, wow. Okay. So, We should have soon results from Florida, which are reported very quickly. Of course, we're expecting that to go to Republicans, but it might be interesting to see the swing in Florida. So the swing from... It'll probably swing to Republicans, even if that's not indicative of the national climate, just because Florida has gotten a lot more red with immigration to the state of Florida. Georgia is probably the most interesting state that we'll get polls closed from. We're expecting a Trump win there. Maybe a small one. 2 points probably would be a good performance for Trump if he wants to win the election, which I assume he does. North Carolina is also expected. Polls close 7:30 Eastern, which is at... that is actually 40 minutes here, I think. But I'm just checking in here. Okay. But we are expecting results from Florida, Georgia, North Carolina, Virginia, West Virginia, and Ohio, and New Hampshire, and of course the rest of the polls in Indiana and Kentucky, which have gotten a bit of a head start with some polls closing. South Carolina as well, I think I didn't mention. But the ones you want to have your eyes on is Georgia and North Carolina. Less so Florida, but they should report their vote very quickly, so that might be interesting in terms of swing. And Virginia, not a swing state, was when it was Biden versus Trump, but now we're not really expecting Trump to win there. Okay, heading back over to the chat. I'm going to check out your questions. Hopefully we've got a few. I'd be happy to answer them. Okay. Right, South Carolina, your home state. Okay, South Carolina polls are closing at 7 p.m. EST. Hope to see some blue swings there. That'll be interesting. Okay. I've been hearing that these votes being counted have been early votes. Oh, that's interesting. Because early votes seem to favor Republicans this time around, compared to them not favoring Republicans in 2020. Well, it sort of depends on the state, but in terms of swing, definitely more Republicans choosing to vote by mail this time, as Trump has encouraged that. Okay, you made it to the horizontal stream. Welcome. Thank you for moving over. Okay, I'd appreciate any questions. Would be happy to answer them and talk with you all. But for the moment, we are looking forward to, in 8 minutes, a lot of polls closing. I'm using my phone for a lot of these, for a lot of you in the chat, and checking out these results, because my vision is bad, and I can't really see my monitor over here. But I'm just going to plug that in so I can keep you updated. But you're doing a good job by yourselves informing me of the results, which is kind of my job, but I do appreciate that, as we've had some technical difficulties. Thank you very much for updating me. Okay. Alright, checking back in on the chat. 50 to 49 for Harris, with 65% reported in Hamilton County. Still an 8-point shift towards the Democrats. That's interesting. And in our stream poll, we have seen a bit of movement to Harris. I think that's 2 more votes for Harris. She's now leading 56 to 44. Thank you for taking part in that. But just over here, we can see the map. We've still only got Indiana and Kentucky. Let me see just how much they're reporting. It's probably not much at the moment. We've got still only 10% for Indiana and even less in Kentucky with just 5.4%. That should change in 7 minutes. Thank you all for keeping me updated. I'm very excited. I haven't changed my prediction yet. I still think I have a gut feeling that it will be Trump. That feeling hasn't changed because we're just looking at safe states at the moment, so it's not all that interesting. But, whoa, Rush County, Indiana, Jesus, what happened? Did they just announce all their votes or something? Was that Frankfurt? No, Frankfurt is, did you say Indiana? Indiana, yes. Okay, we're looking at Rush County. There's apparently something going on in Rush County. Rush County is... I'm looking for it at the moment. Please inform me what's going on in Rush County just while I have a look for it. I don't think it's come up on my map yet. Is that a place of interest in Indiana? By any chance? That's not where Indianapolis is located. That would be Marion County. But please keep me updated. Rush County, Indiana has shifted 79 points for Harris. I'm guessing they have a very small amount of votes reported at the moment, but that is funny. Thank you for telling me. Is it like 0.1% in? Yeah, that's what I'm guessing. Still, thank you for telling me. That's a very, very funny result. Okay, we've got 6 viewers on the vertical stream. Thank you for stumbling upon this stream on your shorts feed. We're trying to have some sort of discussion here about the results. We're not really playing politics here. I'm not going to share my personal beliefs. Of course, I'm a Brit. I can't vote in this election. I won't be telling you which candidate I prefer if I do prefer a candidate, but we're just going to talk about the election and who we think is going to win it as these first results come in. We should have a bigger indication of that in roughly 5 minutes. But moving back over to the stream, the horizontal stream. Something might be wrong with the Washington Post. Yeah, I'm guessing that 79% swing in Rush County is not accurate, unless there's been about 2 votes counted. But that would be interesting. I'm guessing it's an error though. But thank you for telling me that. Or maybe just one person lives there. We'll see. But yes, as I've said it before, in 5 minutes we should get a bunch of new results. That would be. I'm very excited for that. Because if Georgia and North Carolina have these similar shifts that we've seen, Harris will win them. And this election will basically be over. But of course, these are safe states. It's worth putting a ton of salt on these results. They're not important in the grand scheme of things, but they could give us some indication. That's all we can take from them. Okay, 4 minutes until the results come in. And this should give us a much better picture of what's going on. RFK Jr. leading in Rush County on some website. I don't know what's going on with Rush County. Apparently, RFK Jr. is a big hit there. As well as Harris experiencing a 79-point shift. I really don't know what's going on there. But keep me up to date, please, on Rush County. This is a very peculiar place, apparently. Okay. But of course, no northern swing states are closing their polls anytime soon, not within the next hour at least. So at the moment, we're just going to be talking about the results, really. The results we know so far and the ones that will come in 4 minutes now. Getting very close to some big results, hopefully. But no states have been called yet. That's why the total is still 0 for each candidate in terms of the Electoral College. And I believe, yeah, we've got a couple of House races being called. I'm guessing they were safe Republicans. They basically got called straight off the bat. So not much of interest there. In terms of the House races, actually, I'll take a moment to talk about them now. The House looks to be very close. Of course, right now, the Republicans have got a tiny majority, and polls suggest they will retain that tiny majority, or Democrats could even take a tiny majority. Either way, the House is going to be very close. In terms of the Senate, I believe 538's projection had the Senate at a 90% chance of Republicans winning the Senate. I believe between 51 and 54 seats about is how Republicans will do in the Senate. And Democrats have a very small chance of winning. Of course, if the Senate is 50-50 already, that's unlikely. If Harris wins the presidency, the vice president, in that case Tim Walz, would be able to cast the tie-breaking vote. But again, it's unlikely. We'll see, because Republicans are massively favored to win the Senate. That's just how it works out. Senate races are only held every 6 years. So it just so happens that this is a very favorable cycle for Republicans at the moment, especially since Joe Manchin is stepping down in West Virginia, I believe. And West Virginia is, of course, a safe Republican state, which will elect a Republican senator in all likelihood. But I'm just going to check out the chat if you've got any questions. What are your predictions for the results of the first few? Results of the first few states will get called. So in 2 minutes, we should have Georgia, Florida, North Carolina, and a bunch of other states, but those are the most interesting ones, really. Florida will go red. It's been sort of the subject of a red wave over the last few years. Of course, we had Ron DeSantis winning by nearly 20 points there in his governor race. Not just because he's popular or bipartisan. He's not bipartisan at all. But because the demographics have just shifted so much in Florida to the point where it's not a swing state by any stretch of the imagination anymore. So Florida, definitely go Republican. The swing will be interesting there. Then the other interesting races we've got there is North Carolina and Georgia. These ones have been more safe for Trump than the other swing states. Arizona as well, but that's not coming in just yet. But there, I'm expecting two Trump wins. That doesn't guarantee him the presidency, but that sets him up nicely to only have to win one of the northern swing states. That'll be best case scenario for Trump. But if he loses there, he'll probably also lose in the North. That's just how the national winds blow. But we shall see. Okay. 68% chance that Stein will be the leading third-party candidate. That's interesting. From what you were telling me, it sounded like RFK was actually performing quite well. But she would be quite rightfully embarrassed if she lost to a candidate who had dropped out. So well done, Jill Stein, for getting your 1% this year, as you have done so for the last few elections. Chase Oliver, I wonder how he's doing. Please update me on Chase Oliver. Is he running behind RFK Jr. or ahead? It's funny that we even have to have this conversation as RFK Jr. has dropped out. He's been out for a while. He's now encouraging all voters to vote for Trump instead. But it's still interesting. It's worth a look, just as we wait for these polls to close, as they should right now. So we should be expecting our first results from a bunch more states over here in the next few minutes. Polls have just closed in a lot of them, which means votes have begun to be counted. We should see that reflected up there in the coming moments. But please, stay on the stream. We've got results coming in very soon, and you will see them first right here. Okay, I'm going to check in on the stream, see who we've got. Questions-wise. Okay, Vermont has been called for Harris. That was quick. I think it only just closed there. Did we have results coming in there? I'm not sure. Okay, let me check out the Guardians map again. Make sure we're getting updates over here. It seems my map is actually slow. We don't have Florida popping in here yet, but I do on my phone. And New Hampshire has been called, you're correct. Not New Hampshire, sorry, Vermont has been called for Harris. I'm going to have to check what's going on with this again, because we're supposed to have live refreshing updates there. Just give me a second, please. Oh wait, never mind, there it goes. Okay, you are correct. Vermont has been called for Harris, as was expected, but that was very quick. And Florida's results are coming in. Indiana and Kentucky, I believe, have been called for Trump as well. Let's check that out now. I'm guessing that's because a bunch of results just started coming in from the rest of the counties as polls started closing there. And that's correct. Trump is currently leading in Kentucky with 71% of the vote. Please, someone pull up 2020's vote and compare it to that. But of course, not all counties are reporting. So that's not necessarily too much of a good indication at the moment. But yes, Trump has held Indiana and Harris has held Vermont, as well as Trump holding Kentucky. Those have been called very quickly, as expected. So no surprises here yet. But later in the night, we should be getting some big results. Soon, actually. I'm wondering how quickly Florida's going to get called. That would be very interesting. Because in 2020, it was a big deal when Trump won Florida. That's when people started thinking, Trump's actually in the race this time around. Because Biden had been expected to win Florida. Not by much, but Florida has moved a lot to the right in the last few years. Again, I cited the example of Ron DeSantis, who won re-election there by 20 points. Nearly 20 points. Again, feel free to ask questions just while we've got downtime here as results coming in. Trump leads popular vote by 167,000. That's not surprising at all, as we've had states coming in so far that favour him heavily, apart from Vermont. RFK Jr. leads both Stein and Oliver. Interesting. Okay, 1% in there. All right. 55.9% for Trump, 8% in Florida. Again, Florida counts their votes insanely quickly. I don't know how they do that. It's very impressive. But we should have Florida being called fairly soon. Okay, yeah, Florida has reported 20% of their votes already. And that includes, what county? Broward County, just outside of Miami, where Harris is leading 60%. A couple of more urban areas. Broward County is making up a lot of the votes here in Florida, but Trump is still leading, unsurprisingly. It would be interesting to compare Trump's performance in Broward County to Ron DeSantis' performance in Broward County just 2 years ago. Harris is at 60% there, with 70% of the vote reported. That's nearly all of it, but it's not enough to flip Florida. Florida's very close at the moment. That's just where urban areas are reporting at the moment. But we should have the rest of the rural ones start coming in, and then Trump should extend his lead. But Harris is behind in Florida at the moment, as expected. This is not one of the swing states. No more declared results here, but Harris is sitting at 3 electoral votes after winning Vermont, and Trump is sitting at 19 after winning Kentucky and Indiana. No surprises there at all. But Trump is leading the popular vote at 54%, 45%. Not a surprise, we've only had red states and one very small blue state so far. Other than that, we're not looking at much, but over here, of course, we've got results for Florida and these 3, which have already been called. So the only thing we're interested in right now is Florida, basically. And, of course, the swing in other states. But Florida is most important. If Trump were to lose Florida, the election's over. But no one's expecting to lose Florida. Okay. Trump's still leading in Florida with 90% of the vote counted. 19, I should say. Let's dive into that a bit further. Jill Stein leading over Chase Oliver and RFK Jr., who's apparently not on the ballot there. We've got a few independent candidates at 0.1%. Jill Stein leading Chase Oliver by a couple thousand votes. But please keep me updated on the third-party battles. Okay. Twiggs County has shifted 2 points for Trump in Florida. I think a shift towards Trump in Florida should not be, I don't know, relied too much on as an indicator for the rest of the election. Florida has just generally shifted to the right, not because of Trump, but because of probably, arguably, DeSantis and, of course, immigration from other states. But, yeah, again, don't read too much into that. Trump is slightly leading in Florida with a lot of urban areas reporting at the moment, so I think he'll win Florida comfortably, maybe by, I don't know, 5 to 10 points. Again, that's an underperformance from Ron DeSantis' 20% victory. I do think it's quite interesting to see how DeSantis would have performed. But again, alternate universe, doesn't matter for tonight. Okay, Georgia has started reporting. We have another state reporting, and it's only Twiggs County at the moment. But, oh wait, never mind. Twiggs County is Georgia. Okay, thank you for telling me. Twiggs County has shifted 2 points for Trump. So, scratch what I just said. That might be important. How much is Twiggs? Twiggs County is reporting 51%. And it's shifted 2 points from 2020. Where Biden won ever so slightly by a fraction of a percent. So, this tiny indication is good news for Trump. If Trump recreates this 2% swing in the whole of Georgia, he will win the state, which he needs to do. But again, yeah, Georgia, a swing in Georgia is important. Swing in Florida, not so much because of state-specific factors. Trump is still holding on in Florida, despite urban counties being reported first, such as Broward County. But it is close at the moment. Trump is leading Florida at 50.6%. Again, he'll obviously win Florida. We're more interested in Georgia now, especially since we've got reporting for that. But please do keep me updated. Okay, going back to the chat. Trump at 50.9% now. Knox County, Indiana is so far the only county in Indiana to shift to Trump. That's interesting. Thank you for telling me. Okay, 7 viewers on the vertical stream. Thank you for tuning in. Please let me know if you have any questions. We've got results coming in for the presidential election. Not much to tell you right now, honestly, outside of a tiny swing in Georgia towards Trump in one county. No other counties have been reported yet, but that's good news for Trump in Georgia, I guess. We're just reading chicken entrails at the moment. Really not much to write home about. But do let me know if you have any questions. I'd be glad to answer them just while we're waiting for these big results. Okay, I'm going to move over to the Georgia map again. It's still that one county reporting, and Trump seems to have improved there by 2 points. 50% reported there. Okay, I'm going to head over to 538, see what they're saying. Let's check out their live blog. Okay. We have our first projections, of course. Indiana has been called, Kentucky has been called, and Vermont has been called. I think that's it, I believe, if we check out the map up there. How many House races have been called? Is that 4? I'm not sure. Or 1? I can't really read it. But if I head over to the Guardian, we'll see. We'll see. I doubt it's gone down to 1 because we had that those 2 called earlier. Oh yeah, 4 races have been reported for Republicans for the House and 2 reported for Democrats. And 2 races have been called in the Senate. That's 1 for Republicans, 1 for Democrats. I haven't got updates for them specifically, but if we head over to the Congress projections, we have just holds at the moment, all holds, no surprises. Democrats hold Florida's 20th district. House Republicans hold Kentucky. House Republicans hold Senate Republicans, hold Indiana. No surprises there. Governor in Indiana has already been reported as red. No surprises at all. We're mainly focusing on Georgia at the moment, but we should have results for North Carolina soon, hopefully. But Georgia is the state to watch at the moment. But I'm not really seeing much in Georgia. Polls have closed there, but results are coming in very slowly. We've only really got that one county, at least that I can see, Twiggs County, at 51% reporting. Do let me know if any other sites are showing any more information. Associated Press says Georgia leans red. That seems accurate. Do you think Tester can keep his Senate seat in Montana? Yes, in theory. I think it's more leaning towards Republicans because of the nature of that state. But then again, he's done it before when he was not favored to win. Yeah, it's possible. It leans Republican still. But I saw an article pop up. I only saw the headline that something went down in the Montana Senate race. That's all I can say, really. Do update me if you know anything more specifically. But something happened that favors Tester, apparently. We'll see. That's a race to watch, definitely. But that could be one of the only pickup opportunities for Democrats, really, outside of Texas. But I wouldn't expect Texas to elect Colin all red, to be honest. Rockdale and Douglas County have been called in Georgia. Okay. Let's see if that's reflected on my map. Still got nothing here. Let me refresh the page. Head down to Georgia. Still nothing here, but apparently the Associated Press has called a couple of counties in Georgia. Let's check out what they've got going on. Okay. Let's see. Virginia is coming in, apparently. The Associated Press has data for Virginia, where Trump is leading. Don't read too much into that. There's less than 1% of votes being counted. Okay. Not much being called at the moment or results being reported, but do update me. I'm looking into Georgia. Democrats are now leading in Georgia. If we zoom in on Georgia on the Associated Press website, they seem to have a better view of things over there. 3% of votes counted in Georgia. Harris is leading at 51% to Trump's 48.5%. But that is Douglas County, just outside of Atlanta. And I believe that is Rockdale County, just outside of Atlanta as well. These are big Democrat strongholds. You wouldn't expect much else, honestly. But Trump is still holding strong in Georgia. Just a couple of points away from Harris, but we will keep an eye on Georgia, of course. That is a race to watch. And the only one trailing towards Democrats at the moment, outside of Vermont, which has already been called. Only a few counties called so far. Yep, that's accurate. As well as Harris at 51%. 2 counties have shifted, Democrats plus 11 and plus 7. That's interesting. That goes against the other county we checked out earlier. Thank you for letting me know about that. Okay, moving over to the vertical stream. I don't think I've ever been so nervous for an election. That's from Elizabeth. I guess, in terms of... Well, it depends. Is that because of the candidate you're supporting? Is that because it's so close? The nerves are expected with such a close election. It really could go either way. We just don't know yet. But thank you for your comment. If you have any questions, do let me know. But I won't be able to offer much reassurance at the moment. We just don't know which way this election is headed with so few results coming in. Yeah, those are 2 Democratic counties being called near Atlanta. So they will, of course, be shifting blue, sorry. Only a few counties called so far. Let me head back over to the Associated Press. They seem to have updates quite quickly. Back to the map. Do we have any new states filling in yet? It doesn't look like it. Other than Virginia should hopefully be popping up soon. Again, not much there. We do not have any information on which races have been called because they haven't been. But I'm just going to refresh this Associated Press page, see what they have. Okay. So we've got Trump leading in Virginia still. If we dive into that result a bit more, we'll probably see that that's in rural counties. Yes. We've got... Is that Prince George County? Where Trump is leading. I think that's the only county reporting. It's just outside of Richmond, bordering Richmond. So I guess we'd have to compare to others. But in terms of swing, we'd have to see. But really not much we can see at the moment. But keep an eye on Virginia. We should have good results coming in from there soon. Going back to Georgia, the Associated Press has Harris ahead at 51% still. Trump at 48.5%. No updates there, but do let me know if you've got any results from other websites. I'm just diving between the two streams, looking for questions. I'm eager to answer them if you have them. Okay. Yeah, the Washington Post has a swingometer, so do let me know if you can get access to that. I'd be very interested to see what that is saying at the moment. So far, Indiana has shifted more for Harris and Florida has shifted more for Trump. That makes sense. But again, I wouldn't be too interested in how Florida moves because in terms of the state climate there, it is shifting more red regardless of what Trump does there. So I would not be surprised if Florida shifted red while other places shift blue. If there was anywhere where this race is going to shift more red, it's Florida, so I really wouldn't read into that very much at all. I am going to head over to the 538 live blog and see if they've said anything. I'm sure they're going to be very hesitant to say which way the election is headed, though. Republicans win the Senate in Indiana. That has been called. That is not surprising. Okay, since Democrats have not won a Senate race there since 2012. Florida's counting really fast, as it always does. Wouldn't it be nice if every state counted as quick as Florida? We wouldn't have to be here all morning. But I will head back over to the Associated Press. Check out how it's going in Florida. Florida is going red, shifting more red compared to 2020, unsurprisingly. But hopefully we can check out just where those votes are coming from in Florida, if the Associated Press website wants to load. Georgia, Republicans are back on top in Georgia. The numbers seems to have basically reversed with Trump at 51% and Harris at 48.5%. This is as counties bordering Atlanta are still being reported, but we're getting a few more rural counties in. That would help Trump, of course. Trump is leading in Georgia. He has to win Georgia. Georgia is really a must-win unless he can sweep the northern swing states, which he probably won't. So Georgia is really the biggest indicator here. Millions of votes already counted in Florida. 6 million to be precise. Trump is leading at 53%. No surprise there. And I'm going to see if I can find out just how much. 53% of the vote reported. I think, let's see. Yep, Tampa is being reported at the moment. So is Miami. So is Jacksonville. So is Tallahassee. I'd expect Florida to get called for Trump very soon, as over half of the vote has been counted there. Florida will be called for Trump very soon. I would not be surprised there. Oh, we've got New Hampshire votes coming in. Trump is leading there, but with less than 1% of votes counted, really doesn't matter. But that is from areas bordering Concord, which is an urban area. So we shall see. But New Hampshire isn't a swing state. It's kind of on the verge. We really haven't had many polls from New Hampshire. It wouldn't impact the result, even if it surprised us. But we shall see. Trump is still leading in Virginia. We've got less than 1% votes there. Not too much of a surprise, as only rural counties being reported there so far. Heading back to Florida, 54% of votes counted. I'd expect that to be called for Trump very soon, as results are just coming thick and fast in Florida, as always. I'm going to take a sip of water while consulting the chat. Thank you all for sticking by. Okay. You're actually really stressed. You voted for both Clinton and Biden. Yeah, I would be stressed if you support either candidate here, honestly. It could go either way. We really haven't been able to tell much from these results. Somewhere, Miami-Dade County is red, has shifted 18 points for Trump. I knew Florida would shift, but 18 points. I keep saying don't read into Florida swings, but 18 points in Miami-Dade is huge. That's huge. Please keep me updated on that. Is that really accurate? Odds rising for Trump on Polymarket right now. Maybe that's because of the Florida swing. Again, I wouldn't read too much into that. Betting markets aren't great predictors, of course. But that's 77% counted in Miami-Dade, and Trump is ahead. Well, Trump has swung that county by 18 points. I think that's a massive overperformance, right? Miami-Dade should go blue. I don't think even... Did DeSantis win Miami-Dade in his governor race? Can someone please check that? And DeSantis won his race in Florida by 20 points. Did DeSantis win Miami-Dade? Because it looks like Trump is about to win Miami-Dade. Let me check if that's just swing, or... Let me check if that swing is enough to put him over the top. I shouldn't say that. I shouldn't say that he has won Miami-Dade yet, because I don't know if that swing is enough to take him over the top. Again, it's an urban area. We really don't know. But I will have a look at that now, because that would be very, very interesting. Miami-Dade. Trump is leading in Miami-Dade. Wow. By a healthy margin, 59% of votes counted in Miami-Dade, according to the Associated Press. I've got other numbers coming from the chat. Please tell me where those are from. But Trump is leading by 10 points in Miami-Dade County. That's a surprise. That's a big surprise. Of course, some of Miami is in Broward County, and Harris is leading there. I think DeSantis actually did win Miami-Dade. It was Broward County that he lost, where Harris is leading 60%. No surprises there, really. But please do keep me updated. Tell me everything you know. That's very interesting. South Carolina is lead Trump. No surprises there. All of Florida has shifted at least for a little to Trump. No surprises there. As I mentioned, Florida has just become a more red state. That's not because of Trump. That's because of other more local issues. But it's still interesting. If it's a massive shift towards Trump, then maybe we can consider it. But small shift towards Trump in Florida is to be expected. Please don't read into that much. But I'd love to discuss it. It's certainly very interesting. Florida dropped to 52.9% for Trump. I still think he'll hold strong. Of course, it's Florida. But that's just as urban counties in Florida tend to report very quickly. Like Broward is 59% counted. Miami-Dade, 59% counted. Tallahassee, 59% counted. Okay. We've also had a few more House races called. It's sitting at 8-5. I don't think we've had any surprises there so far. No more races called nationally, at least yet. I don't think anything has been flipped. So, no surprises yet. Maybe a surprisingly large swing in Florida, but we were expecting a swing anyway, so maybe not too much to read in from that. But the swing is what we're really looking at here, because none of these races should be surprising, outside of Georgia. Georgia, only 3% votes reported. Trump is ahead by about 2 points. 3% of votes isn't really much to go off of. Trump ahead in South Carolina with 1% vote reported, 60%. South Carolina is obviously going to vote for Trump. Nationally, again, we've had mainly states that favor Trump at the moment. Nationally, Trump is up 54% to 45%. That's a big margin. I'm guessing Harris is going to eat away at that, especially as New York and California come into the balance in a few hours. But Florida is certainly one to watch, surprisingly. Not because Harris has any chance of winning it, but because of the swing. Is this looking good for Trump? I think it is, no. It's a bit too early to tell, as everyone else is agreeing in the chat, but these numbers are interesting. Again, we had those swings towards Harris in Indiana, but then again, Florida is a bit more of a swing state. It's not, but it's a bit closer to that definition than either of those, than Indiana especially. So if we were to read into swings, Florida is a better place to look than Indiana, maybe, even though Florida's trending red. I'm not sure. Maybe they kind of counteract each other. But I think we're back where we started. I think it's still a 50-50 race. We do not know much at the moment. But if your opinion has changed on that, do let me know. As it could go either way still. But there are green shoots for both candidates. I can't lie. Do let me know if you have any questions. As always, I'm happy to answer them. Adams County, Indiana has shifted more than 99 points for Harris. I'm guessing that's with a few votes in, but thank you for letting me know. Going back to Florida, checking how they're doing. Trump's still ahead, 53-46, 64% votes counted. I'm very surprised Florida hasn't been called yet, just because of the magnitude of votes that are in and the lead that Trump has. I don't think that will be degraded by Harris much, to be honest. We've got results from Virginia, which is now gone blue. But of course, only 1% there, so we shouldn't look into that too much. Virginia slacking compared to Florida. Florida's vote machine has been very impressive tonight, as it always is. Okay, we've got votes from Orlando, Orange County, for Florida, where Harris unsurprisingly leads 58 to 40%. 64% of votes counted there. That's no surprise. Florida is very impressive with its vote counting tonight. Hillsborough County, just outside of Tampa, very close. 50% to 49% for Harris. But Trump is doing well in these urban areas. Again, he's winning Miami-Dade County by about 10%. And that's with 64% of votes counted. 63.6% in, 53.4% for Trump. We might see Miami-Dade switch to Republican Party. Miami-Dade hasn't voted for a Republican since 1988. Very interesting. However, of course, I've been saying this the entire night. It's worth noting that Florida has shifted red. I am going to check if Ron DeSantis won Miami-Dade and see just how much he did it by. And that might give us some indication. I'm guessing he did win Miami-Dade, because he won the whole state by 20 points. Let's see the map. Yep, Ron DeSantis did win Miami-Dade. He won it by about the same margin that Trump has won it by. I wasn't expecting that. I thought DeSantis would have done better than Trump in Miami-Dade. He did win it, but by about the same margin. And it's worth remembering, Ron DeSantis won Florida by 20 points. And he's running about the same as Trump is in Miami-Dade. I don't think Trump is going to win Florida by 20 points. That's not what I'm saying. But he's doing well. Trump is doing well in Florida. Better than people expected. Better than polls suggested. Again, shouldn't read into this much at all. Apart from if he really wins it by 20 points, then it would be very interesting. But Florida has shifted red. Okay. Question. Why use The Guardian other than AP or CNN? Jim Slim responded he's British, which is bad. It's bad for my sleep schedule, definitely, because I'm going to be up until 6 a.m. watching these results, but I'm glad that you guys are here with me to keep me company. Harris took Virginia back, 2% in. Seems to be really close there. Again, not worth reading into Virginia much. 2% there. 2% in. But Florida, in terms of swing, is the race to watch at the moment, apparently. Let's check out Miami-Dade again. Trump is basically performing exactly the same as DeSantis did in Miami-Dade. And DeSantis won by 20 points, as I just said. It's very interesting. Could Trump win Florida by 20 points? I don't know. I think polls were suggesting he'd win it by maximum 10 points, which wouldn't have been surprising. But if he wins it by 20, could that be indicative of a Trump overperformance nationally? This is the best example of a swing we've got so far. But please do keep me updated if you've got any other swing examples. Heading back to the whole map. Not much movement there, unfortunately. We've still got Indiana, Kentucky, Virginia, South Carolina, Georgia, Florida, Vermont, and New Hampshire on the map, with just 3 of them being called. I'd expect I keep saying this. I expect Florida to be called. I'm not sure why Florida hasn't been called. We're getting a lot of results from urban areas right now, and Trump has a very strong lead. I'm sure there's a reason. They don't want to have a repeat of 2000, where Florida kept being called for the wrong candidate. I doubt that's really going to happen this time around. I'm not sure why they're so nervous to call Florida. But, okay. I'd still expect it to be called soon. But I said that earlier and it didn't happen, so we shall see. I'm going to go over to the chat now, take your questions. I hope there are some. Otherwise, I'm going to run out of things to say as we wait for more results. But thank you for being here with me. In our poll, we've got 28 votes on the stream poll. Harris is leading, albeit by probably, 1 or 2 votes. Florida's shifting really red. That is the takeaway from the night so far. I'm not sure if it's a surprise. I said I thought Florida would shift red, but this much, it's a surprise. That's the biggest surprise of the night so far. Just the magnitude of this shift is what is the surprise, not the shift. So don't read into that too much again. Stream lagging. Oh, I'm sorry. Says stream health is good. I'm not sure what's going on, but thank you for letting me know. Okay. Miami-Dade went... Really? Miami-Dade went 53 to 46 for Biden. And we're now seeing Trump leading there by about 10 points. That's a huge swing. But roughly in line with DeSantis' performance. 18 points in Miami-Dade is shocking. It's shocking, definitely. Stream is fine for you. Thank you, Harry Corby. West Virginia called for Trump. I don't have that up there yet, but thank you. Let me see if the Associated Press has that result. But we should be getting a few more calls soon. West Virginia has been called for Trump. Thank you for updating me. That should reflect on there soon. It might be, actually. But yeah, we've got Trump at 23 electoral votes compared to Harris's 3. No surprises so far, apart from maybe a giant shift towards Trump in Florida. I expected a shift, but this shift is insane. It might be like maybe a 10-point shift in terms of Florida by the end of the night. We shall see. Florida's on 71% votes counted. Trump's at 54, Harris at 45. Florida's not a swing state, but we're looking at it because they're reporting their votes very quickly. Georgia, 7% of votes reported. We've got quite a lot more now compared to before. Trump is leading by 15 points there. Let's see where those votes are coming from. Those votes are coming from just outside of Atlanta, a few Democratic counties outside of Atlanta, and a bunch of red counties just dotted around the whole state, really. So maybe that's indicative of the whole place, but we're still waiting for the other counties around Atlanta, which will provide the biggest Democrat votes. They seem to be reporting quite slowly. Again, 7% reported nationally, not nationally, statewide for Georgia. But we're really looking at Atlanta for where Harris has to do well to make up for the whole rest of the state, really. Moving over to Virginia, let's see how they're doing with their reporting. Only 3%. Virginia's really slacking tonight. But Harris is leading in Virginia, unsurprisingly, by about 10 points. This is with areas such as Norfolk being reported. That is, of course, a Democrat urban area. We've got Prince William County, Harris leading 90%, urban area, unsurprising. Richmond hasn't been reported just yet, but we've got, where is this? Just outside of Richmond is going red. Chesterfield County is very close, though. Chesterfield County, just outside of Richmond, is going red by about 2 points. That's only with 3% votes counted, though, so don't read into that too much. Let's check in on Georgia. 8% of vote counted in Georgia now. They're doing quite well. We should have a result there soon. Trump seems to be extending his lead in Florida. He's up by about 9 points now. 71% of votes counted. I'd expect that race to be called soon. Phil Scott has been elected governor of Vermont. Interesting. Michael Waltz elected to House District, Florida's 6th. Patrick Morrisey elected governor of West Virginia. Really no surprises yet in terms of races that have been called. That's not particularly surprising. But Florida's the state to watch at the moment, just as it's reporting votes so closely, but so fastly, sorry. But Georgia should soon become our most watched state, where Trump is currently leading 60% in Georgia. Could that be indicative of a Trump overperformance? Maybe, but Georgia will be our best indicator as it is the fastest reporting swing state, whether Trump has overperformed his polls or maybe underperformed, as Indiana had us thinking at the start. Let's get back to the chat. On the topic of DeSantis, do you think any other candidate would have had a better chance against Harris? Very possibly. I don't think Harris has been a great candidate. I think she's been undermined by Biden and not taking many interviews. I think even the interviews she did were subpar in a lot of people's estimations, but I think she really hasn't ran a great campaign. She sort of changed up her message a lot, hasn't really been able to stick on theme. Of course, Trump does that too, but that's kind of expected from him. He has a very high support floor. His support will not move much. It just depends how much Harris can, you know, elevate herself. I don't think she's done a good job at that. Maybe at the start when she was running on vibes and joy, but people kind of wanted to start hearing policy, and then instead of detailing her policy, she kind of resorted to attacking Trump, which has not worked for previous candidates. But we shall see. I think other candidates could have had a better chance against Harris with her not being an ideal candidate. Her approval as vice president was really bad until she entered the race, which would probably happen with any candidate, to be honest. But she really squandered her early favorability rise. She really didn't capitalize on that. So I think a different Republican candidate could have done better. Maybe DeSantis. He's got not much of a personality, though. He's not particularly inspiring. Of course, his support floor would be a lot lower. Same with Nikki Haley, but she's more moderate, so maybe Harris's attacks of extremism would hurt her less. But to be honest, it didn't hurt Trump that much. So, again, we can't really predict who would have been better suited to running against Harris. But, we'll see. Jim Justice won his Senate race. Jim Justice, West Virginia, right? He has that beautiful, beautiful dog that he parades around. I forgot. What is his dog's name? What is Jim Justice's dog's name? Someone tell me, please. I don't know why that's relevant, but it interests me. Ohio has started reporting. Not a swing state at all, but will be interesting to see the swing there, as it had been a swing state before. Okay. We've also got North Carolina reporting. This is our second swing state that we have results for. And North Carolina is currently heavily in favor of Kamala Harris, about 70% for Harris. But that's with, where are these? These are being reported from Raleigh, which is obviously a Democrat stronghold. If we take a look at where results are coming from, Raleigh will be one of the highest Democrat strongholds in the state. So don't read into the North Carolina results yet. But maybe for swing, it would be interesting to see what the swing in Raleigh is like. That is Wake County that contains Raleigh. Right now, Harris sitting at 71.5% in Wake County, which contains Raleigh, urban area, Democrat leaning, of course. That's where a lot of the votes will come from in North Carolina. That's our second race to watch behind Georgia. I'd say keep an eye on Georgia for the moment. We've got 9% of vote reported in Georgia. Trump still leads there at 60%. But Atlanta hasn't started counting yet, and Atlanta will be the biggest area for votes, of course, in favor of Democrats. And the county, that contains Atlanta is, give me a second. In Georgia, the county that contains Atlanta is Fulton County. So that is the one to watch when they start reporting, because that is Harris's big opportunity to chip away at Trump's lead in the rural counties. She's really going to have to do that, as he's leading by a lot in Georgia at the moment, about 60%. Moving back over to Florida, they've kind of slowed down, but we've got 73% of votes reported. Trump leads by 9 points on the dot. And he's still leading in Miami-Dade. How much is he leading in Miami-Dade? He's leading in Miami-Dade by 11 points. Can we compare that to the swing? Not the swing. Can we compare that to 2020, please? Trump looks to be winning Miami-Dade by 11 points. I am going to compare that to Ron DeSantis in 2022, sorry. Let's see how he did in Miami-Dade. Miami-Dade, Ron DeSantis won by 11.3 points. Trump is winning by 11 points. If Trump largely maintains the same lead as he is now, if he replicates DeSantis' performance everywhere else, he's on track to win Florida by 20 points. It's not really what we're looking at the moment, but maybe the rural areas are reporting more slowly. But could Trump be on track to win Florida by at least 15 points? It's not impossible. That would be much higher than polls suggested. We knew there was going to be a swing towards Republicans in Florida. That much was not even a question. Florida is not a swing state at all. But that level of swing is surprising. Really surprising, to be honest. But I'm going to head back to the chat, see what people are saying, if we've got any updates from the lovely people in the chat. Is North Carolina leaning blue? It is at the moment, but only because Raleigh is the main area being reported. Yeah, 0.2% in. Really not much to read into. 68% Harris in 2%. North Carolina, Georgia, red is somewhat likely. Okay. The chances of a red Georgia and North Carolina isn't impossible, but I think polls suggested that North Carolina was a bit safer for Trump than Georgia. But then again, in North Carolina, I forget his name because Trump has been trying to distance himself. I think it's Mark Robinson running for the governorship there. He has just been involved in scandal after scandal. He's not been doing Trump any favors. Trump hasn't appeared with him in months. The stream poll is 50-50. We've got 30 votes in. 50% Kamala Harris, 50% Donald Trump in the stream poll. If I head over to the vertical stream, we'll see if we've got anyone in there. Not yet. But over on the horizontal stream, thank you for all of the messages. Okay, 52-48 now, the stream poll apparently. Feel free to take it. And that is Kamala Harris is retaking the lead. That has been the trend throughout the night. Kamala Harris up by like 1 or 2 votes in the stream poll. It's not exactly scientific, but it's interesting. Okay. Let's move back over to the Associated Press map. Map largely looking the same over here, but I will update you if I find anything else here. Brian Mast has been re-elected in Florida's 21st district. No surprise there. Trump still leads 54-44 in Florida. He's extended his lead there a bit. He might be on track to win it by 15 to 20 points. Wouldn't be impossible, but that would be a massive overperformance, especially compared to 2020. North Carolina, Trump is behind. Harris still leads with 2% of the vote counted. Again, mostly from Raleigh. I can't remember. Is that Wake County? Or was that Georgia? I can't remember. But no surprises there, really, from Atlanta. Fulton County, containing Atlanta, has not reported yet in Georgia. So, again, take Georgia's results with a grain of salt. We haven't had many urban areas reporting. We've had areas just outside of Atlanta which have been trending Democrats. No surprises there. But just until we have Fulton County, which contains Atlanta, that's when we'll really see whether or not Harris can hold Georgia or not. Personally, I think Trump is going to win Georgia. He needs to win Georgia. If Trump wins Georgia, the election is still all to play for. I wouldn't discount Harris if Trump wins Georgia by any means. She could still hold on in the 3 northern swing states, which I'm expecting her to possibly do. Trump only has to take one of those to win, though, if he does sweep Georgia, North Carolina, and Arizona, which is very possible. Again, though, North Carolina trending Harris at the moment, 68%, but only 2% vote counted. Do not read into that too much. Going over to Florida, still 75% votes counted, same result as I mentioned before. Roughly 10-point advantage for Trump. That's not surprising. Chances North Carolina is blue, toss-up, sure, yeah. 75% Florida in. The race to watch at the moment is Georgia. Hopefully they'll pick up counting there soon. They've been a bit slow. Let's check in on Virginia. Virginia has jumped a lot. I remember last time we checked there, it was about 3% counted. Virginia is now 15% and Harris leads at 56%. That's a bit more than I would have expected, but I'm guessing if we take a look at Virginia, yep, we've got Norfolk County reporting only 11% though. Or never mind, 29% reporting. Fairfax County, of course, a Democrat stronghold, 68% Harris. Loudoun County, 60% Harris. Virginia is trending towards Harris, but then again, mainly Democrat strongholds being reported at the moment. I do remember 538 had a tool that let you sort of see what the vote would have to be for the result to be tied. So if I take a look at Georgia, and then we find a county that has had a lot of votes reported, let's see. Douglas County at 71. Let's check out this one. Rockdale County at 68. Kamala Harris at 75 points there. 75.6. So if we move over to Rockdale County on 538, Rockdale County 75.8%, I think I said. Just need that to stick in my head, 75.8%. And then we move on to the benchmark. 75.8% for Georgia. Rockdale County, sorry. I believe I found it. Rockdale County. For Harris to be on track to win in Georgia, she'd have to be ahead in Rockdale County by 40.3 points. If we remember that and head back over to that and see how far Harris is ahead in Rockdale County, where most of the votes are in, Harris is ahead by 51 points in Rockdale County. So that would suggest Harris is meeting her benchmark to win Georgia. But again, it's one county, it's a Democrat stronghold, we really don't know, but that is a useful benchmark. Okay. That is my first bit of hope for you Democrats out there in a while, but read that with a grain of salt, of course. Florida, 76%, they're slowing down a lot there, I'm guessing that's the rural counties, but we'll keep an eye on there. Trump leads by 11 points. Okay, heading over back to the chat, as I've just been on a tangent. Let's see what people are saying. Okay. North Carolina governor race. Yeah, I haven't seen much from the governor race. I will check that out in a second. South Carolina more blue than Georgia is kind of funny. Yeah, at the moment. That is surprising. A lot of Republican swings in Georgia and South Carolina. That's interesting. Okay. Let's see. I'm going to check out the... What was it you said? North Carolina governor race. Let's see. I'm not quite sure. I'm on the Associated Press website. I'm just seeing if I can make it to the governor race. In that case, I might have to look it up. Okay, North Carolina. North Carolina governor race. Let's see. Wow. That's a blowout. Okay. In the governor race, again, 2% reported, but of course it's rally as well. Mostly rally has been counted. But Mark Robinson, the candidate for the Republican Party, is sitting at 21% of the vote. I'm almost 100% sure he's going to lose. If you haven't seen, he's been embroiled in a lot of odd controversies and scandals. It's really not worth looking into, to be honest, as he's quickly going to fade into obscurity. I believe he was the lieutenant governor, though, so he must not have had a good profile even before then. Stein is overrunning Harris by 6.7%. Stein at 74.8%. Do you mean in a particular county? I'm not sure. Where did you see that? I'm not sure. Okay. Yeah, please do let me know what you're referring to about that. North Carolina, still 2% of votes counted. I'm not looking into that very much at the moment. Georgia is on 12%. I really wish they'd count quicker because, let's see, in 12 minutes, I'm going to head over to the 538 website and see which polls are closed in 12 minutes. We might get some big ones. Let's see. Okay. So right now it must be, let's see, we're coming up on 8 p.m. Coming up on 8 p.m. EST, maybe? Where we should get results starting to come in for Arizona, maybe, but they're really slow. Anything else? Results for Michigan start coming in soon. Illinois as well. Illinois, not that interesting. Pennsylvania, very small results, but it would be interesting to see the swings in these counties for the swing states, even if we won't have results for a while. Okay, let's head over to the Associated Press website again. They seem to be quite on top of the results. Florida's still not being called for Trump. That's a surprise. Wow, okay. Yeah, Florida, 76% votes counted. Trump leads by 11 points. I'd expect him to extend that lead based on the swing from 2020. Even in 2022, Trump is holding quite strong in Florida compared to 2022. Maybe lost a tiny bit of support, but DeSantis won Florida by 20 points in 2022. Trump should be very happy with his performance in Florida. Miami-Dade, 80% votes counted there. Trump leads by 11 points, roughly in line with DeSantis' performance. Again, that's the benchmark for a 20-point Florida win, which we'll see if that materializes by the end of the night, but it's interesting to say the least. 14% counted in Georgia. I think we're looking at about 63% for Trump. Again, Atlanta hasn't started counting yet. Do not read into that too much. A few major Democrat strongholds around there, but not much to write home about in Georgia just yet. But there are some good signs for Trump. Okay. I'd say so far, Trump is in the better position. Barely, we're just basing this on swings, but I'd rather be Trump than Harris at the moment, to be honest. I'd love to know what you think. Who would you rather be at the moment in terms of who you think will win? Would you rather be Trump or would you rather be Harris? Ohio's senator race is a little concerning. Oh, who's running in Ohio? That's against Sherrod Brown. Is an incumbent Democrat in a Republican state. But okay, Polymarket's gone up to 66.3% of Trump winning. Who would you rather be? Biden. You'd rather be Biden. You get to retire. Okay. That's fair enough. Oh, Bernie Moreno. Right, of course. Really? I thought it was possible that a few of the northern swing states went to Republicans in the Senate, but I would be surprised if Sherrod Brown loses in Ohio, but apparently he is. But again, 7% votes counted in Ohio. They're doing quite well, actually. Results are coming in very quickly in Ohio. Columbus hasn't started reporting yet. That will be a Democrat stronghold, of course. Cleveland as well. Cincinnati, obviously. But Toledo, Lucas County, has started reporting. 39% votes counted there. Harris leads by 63%. 63% to 36%. No surprises there. No new states been called since West Virginia about half an hour ago, I think. Again, I don't know why they're taking so long to call Florida. Do let me know if you've got any guesses for why. Okay. And again, some more polls close in 8 minutes. We'll get results in, I believe, was it Wisconsin and Pennsylvania, maybe? And Arizona. Arizona has a bad track record with reporting votes, so it might take a while to get the picture of there. But right now, I'd say focus on Georgia. We've got 20% of the vote in Georgia now, and that is Trump leads by 60%. At 60%, I should say, not by 60%. He leads by 12%. Okay. If we zoom in on Georgia, again, I think... Oh, another county around Atlanta has started reporting, Clayton County. 62% there. 85% in favor of Harris in Clayton County. That's with most of the votes counted there. But it still doesn't seem to be knocking back his lead in the state by very much. So, Georgia's looking good for Trump, in my opinion. That doesn't mean too much, though. Trump kind of has to win Georgia to win the election. But if he wins Georgia, it shows he's still in the race. If Harris wins Georgia, it's going to make things a lot more difficult for Trump, to say the least. Florida at 79%, that's a decent jump. DeSantis nearly at 12 points ahead. That's not surprising. I'd be surprised if he didn't extend his lead to about 15 at least. South Carolina, of course, we've got 10% of votes. Trump leads there at 60%. No surprises. North Carolina, 3% of votes counted. They're being very slow there. It's still just rally, I think. North Carolina, Trump is at 30%, Harris at 68%. North Carolina, another must-win state for Trump. I think he will win it, just as the national climate has improved for Trump since 2020. And he won North Carolina in 2020. I doubt he'll lose it this time. That would be very surprising. The odds of a blue Georgia, I think, is more. I think the odds of blue Georgia are more high than higher, I should say, than a blue North Carolina, just because of how it's been trending in the last few election cycles. But you never know. It's not impossible. These states are going to be decided by such small margin. It's might just come down to a coin flip. But we shall see, of course. Alright, checking back in on the chat. A lot of swings for Harris in these Republican counties. That is interesting. In Ohio, 10-point swing for Harris in Ohio. Interesting. Wow. Stream poll very close. I don't know how this is happening, but at 36 votes, 50% Kamala Harris, 50% Donald Trump. That's very interesting. On our YouTube polls, on our channel polls, we usually get 3-1 support for Harris. But it looks to be... Yeah, on our poll we posted earlier today, 80% support for Harris on our YouTube poll. But the people actually in the stream seem to be bigger Trump fans. But that is about even at the moment. Okay. The Rust Belt is trending towards Harris by swing. Have we got results in the Rust Belt? Really? Oh, is that in terms of Ohio? I think Ohio's the only... Does Ohio count as Rust Belt? I think it does. But we don't have results in the fully Rust Belt swing states yet, to clarify. Okay. Again, race to watch is Georgia. 23% vote there. We're waiting on the biggest Democrat area there. No new calls yet. I would expect Florida to be called yet. I've been saying that all night and it hasn't happened, so we shall see. Ohio and Indiana. Okay, alright. That makes sense. The Sun Belt is trending towards Trump. The Rust Belt is trending towards Harris. That's it. Should know this name by now. Not entirely surprising there. I remember a poll came out that said late deciders broke for Trump in the... Actually, never mind. I remember a late poll coming out saying late deciders broke for Trump in the Rust Belt and for Harris in the Sun Belt. This is a reversal of that. That's certainly interesting. North Carolina, 62% Harris, 3% in. They've been really slow over there. I wish they'd pick up the pace, but we shall see. Stream poll still sitting at 50-50. North Carolina taking ages. Virginia's picked up a bit, 21%. Where is that coming from? Is that still mainly from Raleigh, I'm guessing? Never mind, Raleigh's North Carolina, I'm getting mixed up. Just outside of Richmond, Chesterfield County is very close. 27 points counted. There's about 0.4% between Harris and Trump. Loudoun County is favoring Harris by 16 points. They are a big Democrat stronghold. Lots of votes coming from there, 96% counted. Fairfax County, 68% for Harris, 40% votes counted. Richmond, we haven't got anything out of Richmond yet, which is Henrico County, I believe. Where it's kind of in a few counties. But let's take a look at Norfolk. Norfolk is another Democrat stronghold. Harris is, if I can click on it. In Norfolk, Harris leads at 70%. A lot of votes will be coming from there and around. Richmond, county surrounding Richmond, also trending Harris. Interestingly, Fairfax County, nearly half of the votes reported there. Harris leads by oodles, obviously. But still in Virginia, the overall result is just Harris up by 8 points. That's interesting. I'd be interested to see the swing in Virginia just with these 21% of votes reported. I haven't really talked about that yet. The swing in Virginia will be very interesting. Of course, we don't expect Trump to win Virginia, but the swing could be indicative of his overperformance or underperformance nationally. Okay. Alexander County in North Carolina swings 2 points for Trump. That's good news for Trump, but he doesn't even need to swing. He doesn't need a swing in North Carolina to win it. Of course, he won it in 2020, but that is still interesting. Polymarket gives Trump 84% of winning Arizona. I don't think we've got results for... We don't have results for Arizona yet. No votes coming in for Arizona yet. Florida, 54.9%, I should say. Is that for Trump? Yes, it is. 81% of votes counted. Trump now leads by 12 points in Florida, more or less. That's with 81% votes counted, of course. We're just waiting on a bunch of rural districts. Let me check in on Miami-Dade. How many votes have they counted in Miami-Dade? 84% in Miami-Dade. Trump leads by 11 points. Tallahassee is 85% reported. That is the state capital. And favors Harris, 60%. That's not surprising there. Jacksonville favors... Oh, Jacksonville, Duval County. Or Duval County, I'm not sure how to pronounce that. Duval County, 89% of votes counted. Trump leads there. 49.5% to 49.4%. This is a urban area. You'd expect Harris to do well here. That's interesting. Jacksonville, voting for Trump, it looks like. Again, very close. Still about 10% of the results to come in. But we shall see. That's certainly interesting. The swing in Florida has been massive. Checking in on Georgia again. 32% of votes counted. It's getting a little closer. Has Atlanta started to come in? It has. Okay, Atlanta is coming in thick and fast. Atlanta, 52% of votes counted in Atlanta. And Harris is, of course, winning there at 71%. Is that enough for her to retake Georgia, though? I don't know. She's chipping away at Trump's lead very quickly. But she's still losing by 11 points in Arizona. But she's chipping away at that lead. It was maybe 30 points earlier with Atlanta. But Atlanta, most of the results counted in Atlanta already. Has she got enough votes in these urban areas to swing the whole state? I'm not sure. It's looking like no, but we shall see. Harris leads in Ohio. That's interesting. Where are those results coming from? I'm guessing Cincinnati is coming in, or one of the other few massive areas there. Cincinnati is coming in. 37% votes counted there. Columbus, 39% of votes there. State capital, a lot of results there. We don't even have Cleveland coming in yet, and Kamala Harris is leading by a lot in these urban areas. She is leading in Ohio statewide, 51% to Trump's 47%. That's with all these urban counties, though. We're still awaiting a lot of these rural counties, which will probably shift Ohio back to Trump's camp. That would be fairly obvious. I'm not expecting Harris to win Ohio. Oh, we've got, a bunch of new states have been called. Florida, it hasn't updated on my map yet, but the Associated Press has called Florida. About time. Trump leads there at 11 points. Associated Press has called Alabama. Polls have just closed there. Associated Press has called Mississippi. They've called Oklahoma. They've called South Carolina for Trump. Polls have been open there for a while, but only 12% votes counted there. Polls have been closed, sorry. Tennessee has been called for Trump. Polls have just closed there. West Virginia had already been called. Maryland has been called for Harris. Polls have just closed there. Connecticut has been called for Harris. Rhode Island called for Harris. And Massachusetts called for Harris. Those are all the new calls, I think. But we should have some more coming in soon. And that gives Trump 95 electoral votes to Harris's 35. Trump still leads in the popular vote by about, 8 points? But we should have these Democrat states picking up the slack for Harris very soon. Probably putting her ahead in the popular vote, but we'll see. Has my map updated? It has. My map is gradually updating as The Guardian realizes that Associated Press has called these states. Again, Florida has been called a massive Trump swing in Florida. Massive swing. 83% counted there. Trump leads by 12.5 points in Florida. That's a massive win for Trump. Of course, we expected Trump to win Florida. We expected there to be a swing. All of that stuff, all of those caveats, all of that salt, all of that grains of salt, obviously. But this is a massive win for Trump. Could it be indicative of a polling performance nationally? Maybe. We'll see. But again, we expected a swing to Trump in Florida. That has happened. But it's happened probably more than we expected. Definitely. Checking back in on Georgia, still going kind of slow there. We've got 33% votes reported. But Trump is still ahead as Atlanta counts their votes thick and fast. Atlanta reporting 52% still. No new results from Atlanta. Texas is reporting. Texas is going to be interesting, particularly for the Senate race. We don't expect Harris to have a chance in Texas, sorry. But, yeah. Dallas is reporting. 51% votes counted in Dallas and the surrounding areas, not much else. Dallas, in Dallas, Harris leads at 60% to Trump's 37%. That seems a bit low for an urban area, but let me know. What's the swing like in Dallas, Texas? Okay. Checking back in the stream poll. Kamala Harris has taken the lead by 1 vote. Seems to be going back and forth. I haven't seen Trump with a lead in the stream poll yet, though. Rick Scott wins Florida Senate. No surprise there at all. I'm guessing he won it by a similar rate to Trump is winning the state. Hamilton County has shifted 14 points for Harris in Ohio. That's very interesting. If we check back in on Ohio is still leaning... Oh, we've got votes for Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania is coming in. And 3% votes counted in Pennsylvania already. Where is that coming from? I'm guessing urban areas, since Harris leads at 70%. Yep, Pittsburgh. 25% votes counted in Pittsburgh. Harris leads 72% in Pittsburgh and 71% statewide. Just outside of Allentown, Northampton County, Harris also leads 62%. These are Democrat strongholds. I wouldn't expect any less, but it would be interesting to see the swing. Georgia still has Trump in the lead as Atlanta. That is Fulton County, 52%. We're not seeing much movement there. Augusta is also reporting. That should be a Democrat stronghold. Let's have a look at North Carolina. Also an important race, but only 7% counted there, so I guess we'll skip past that for now. New Hampshire race, 14% counted. We won't dwell on that for too long. Texas, 11% votes counted. Again, mainly from Dallas. It's not really worth talking about. Just outside of Travis County, which has Austin, we've got Republicans performing well in Williamson County. Almost all votes counted there. This is a county just outside of Austin, Texas. 50% Republicans there, 50% for Donald Trump, 48.7% for Kamala Harris. It looks like he's going to win that with 92% of the votes counted. That's a good performance for Trump, just outside of an urban area. That should put him in the lead in Texas quite soon as rural areas start coming in, especially as the Dallas votes dry up. North Carolina, going back over there, still 7%. North Carolina really slacking tonight. I wish they'd pick up the pace, but we shall see. Virginia, 26%. Kamala Harris leads there by 6 points. Pennsylvania, still Pittsburgh mainly reporting 3% votes. Ohio, 28%. Harris leads there. Let's see where that's being reported. Mainly Cincinnati, probably. Cleveland as well. Yep, Cleveland has come in. 33% of votes counted. 71% for Harris. Columbus, 69% for Harris. And Cincinnati, 64% for Harris. All of those reporting around 30 to 40% of their votes. Let's see if Trump can close the gap there in the rural counties. I'm guessing he will. New Jersey also coming in. That hasn't been called yet, but only 3% votes counted. Harris leads at 70%. Checking back in on Georgia, 35% of votes counted. Georgia was a real nail biter last election, as it came down to just a few thousand votes, I believe. But this time, Trump leads at 13. Well, Trump leads by 13%, even though Atlanta, Georgia's reporting 52% of votes counted. They've slowed down there, though. So you can expect a bunch of Harris votes from Atlanta, Georgia, in the coming times. We shall see just how much that, if that can close the gap with Trump. I'm guessing not. I think the consensus is that Trump will win Georgia. That's what it looks like to me. But do let me know what the swingometer says. Harris leads Pennsylvania and Texas. Don't read into those too much. That's mainly urban areas. Why is Ohio so blue? Well, because the cities are reporting, basically. We've got Cincinnati. I'm going to butcher the rest, aren't I? Cincinnati. My mind's going blank. Cincinnati. Never mind. Cincinnati, Cleveland, and Columbus, the 3 Cs. They are all reporting first. We've also got Toledo, which is for Democrats. But they're reporting nearly half of their votes each. And how much does Harris lead in Ohio? Not by much. I'm guessing the rural counties will close the gap. We've only got 30% counted there overall, and it's still close, even with the cities reporting. Trump is going to easily close that gap. I wouldn't read into Ohio so much. Michigan, we've got results for Michigan. Harris leads there at 76%, 2% of votes counted. I'm guessing those votes are coming from Detroit. They are not, but they're coming from just outside of Detroit, Oakland County. That makes sense. We haven't got anywhere else reporting in Michigan, so do not look into Michigan too much yet. But going back to Georgia, 36% of votes reported. Trump leads with 56% of the vote, nearly 57%. Georgia is looking good for Trump. Though Atlanta is still only reporting 52%, they seem to have had a lull in Atlanta. The surrounding Democrat counties have also slowed down. 66% in Clayton County, 72% in Douglas County, and Rockdale County has 72%. These are Democrat strongholds. They are drying up, but we should have an injection of Harris votes there fairly soon. No new states have been called for either candidate. We're sitting at 95 electoral votes for Donald Trump to Harris's 35. No surprises yet. The biggest surprise of the night, not in terms of states that have been called, there haven't been any surprises in terms of that, is Trump's performance in Florida, where he's leading by about 12 points. I'd say that's the biggest surprise of the night, and it's a good indication for Trump. Sherrod Brown has taken back the lead. Okay, that's not surprising, but I'm guessing they're counting these Senate votes roughly in line with the presidential ballots. They're the same ballots, obviously. But since they're counting in cities, I'm guessing it looks like Sherrod Brown, since Harris is running ahead in Ohio and has been for a while, I'm guessing Sherrod Brown is performing worse than Harris, which would be surprising. I guess he's an incumbent. Maybe they don't like him over there for whatever reason. I'm not too clued up on Ohio politics specifically. But if Sherrod Brown's running behind Harris, and Harris is obviously going to lose Ohio, I believe, unless something crazy happens. But that's bad news for Sherrod Brown. Really bad news. Washington County in Ohio shifts 7 points for Harris. That's interesting. Not a single county in Ohio has shifted Republican. That is interesting, but it's worth keeping in mind that obviously these are Democrat-leaning counties, Democrat strongholds, urban areas. And still the gap in Ohio is just 5%, even though Cincinnati, Columbus, and I'll get there eventually, Cincinnati, Columbus, and Cleveland, got it, are all reporting in big numbers at the moment. But Trump seems to be closing that gap. I'm sure he will. The biggest story is, can Kamala Harris close the gap in Georgia? She hasn't managed to do that yet. Georgia's kind of at a standstill at 36% votes counted. Taking a look at the map over here, we've got a bunch of states declared already. But we're just kind of waiting on Texas to be declared. I think Texas will be declared soon. Let's see just how quickly they're reporting their votes. But Texas, already back in the hands of Republicans, even though Dallas has been reported quite quickly. 16% of votes counted in Texas. Trump has taken the lead. How many votes has Dallas got left? Dallas has counted 51% of votes. Kamala Harris leads that by 60%. That will be helpful for her. Williamson County, just outside of Austin. Trump leads there still. No new news there. Just outside of Dallas, Denton County and Torrance County. Both of them. Safe margins for Trump. Lots of votes being reported there. 69% and just above 90%. Texas is looking safely in the hands of Donald Trump. No surprise there. Just as Florida is, clearly. But yeah, Trump leads by 12.5 points in Florida. Very impressive for him. He'll be happy with that. That's 87% of votes counted. In Georgia's really slowed down. They were doing well earlier, but we're only at 36% for Georgia. Trump leads at 56% in Georgia. Trump leads. But it's really slowed down over there for whatever reason. Okay. Let's see. 50-50 in stream poll again. Yeah, just keeps going back and forth. We've got 38 votes there. Okay. Any questions from the chat? Doesn't look like it. But keep me updated. In terms of, let's take a quick look at the Congress. And Republicans easily got the Senate seats, obviously, in Florida. U.S. Senate, 43 seats in the Senate for Republicans. They have flipped a seat. Which seat was that? I'm guessing that's West Virginia. West Virginia has already been called in the Senate. They flipped West Virginia, which puts them probably in control of the Senate, especially if they are lucky enough to win the presidential race, which is still up in the air at the moment, as if it's 50-50, the presumptive Vice President, J.D. Vance, if they do win, would be able to cast the tie-breaking vote, putting them basically in control of the Senate. So yeah, they've flipped one seat in the Senate. That's good news for them. Quite a few races have been called. Rick Scott in Florida, no surprise there. Pretty expected results at the moment. Across the board, really. And then back over to the presidential race. I don't think any new states have been called. Not by the looks of it. We've got more results coming in for Michigan. Only 2% though. New Jersey. looking pretty safe for Harris. 6% counted. 34% in Ohio. That's mainly the urban areas. Donald Trump falling short there by about 4 points. Florida's picking up their votes. Trump still leads by 12.5 points. That's a great performance for Trump in Florida. He'll be very happy with that. Pennsylvania, we've got votes coming in from mainly Pittsburgh and just outside of, Philadelphia County and Pittsburgh are the main reporters of votes in Pennsylvania. Not a single Republican county in Pennsylvania at the moment, so take the statewide results in Pennsylvania with a massive grain of salt. Georgia still at 36%. Georgia is slacking. Texas, Trump has widened his lead in Texas. No surprise there. Matt Gaetz has been re-elected. No surprise. In Florida, in Texas, sorry, Trump leads by 4 points, as I said. That's with Dallas having 51% of its votes counted, and the surrounding areas roughly falling in line with Trump. But yeah, Texas looks good for Trump, 21% votes counted. It would be a massive surprise if he were to lose there, but it's worth looking at the swing there, and especially seeing how the Senate race is going between Colin Allred and Ted Cruz, as Ted Cruz seems to be running behind Trump in Texas. Moving over to Pennsylvania again, not much new there. Michigan still 2% counted. Illinois has started reporting, 0% votes counted though. Harris leads at 57.2, no surprises. Not much else. Oh, Georgia. Georgia has picked up 42% of votes reported. That's important. Okay, let's see where these are coming from. Okay, so Trump still leads with a healthy margin, but are these votes coming from the urban area I'm trying to think of in Georgia? That is not coming to mind, but you'll know what I mean. If AP News website will load, I can tell you whether Georgia's votes are coming from urban areas, because that means Harris has failed to close the gap. But Associated Press website does not seem to want me to allow me to do that. Okay, Atlanta, that's what I was thinking of course. No, okay, Atlanta has not declared any more votes, they're still sitting at 52. But with 42% of the votes in, Donald Trump is leading in Georgia by 11 points. 12 points, actually. Georgia's looking good for Trump, but he really has to win Georgia. There's no two ways about it. Athens, Ohio, shifting 23 points for Harris. We're seeing a lot of shifts for Harris in these small Republican states. Not small states, but small counties within Republican states. I don't know how much to read into that compared to, like, statewide swings, such as Florida. We've seen a massive swing towards Trump. Good luck for the rest of the night. Harry Corby saying this. Bedtime for Harry Corby. He's also in the UK. I'm going to be up for a lot longer. Hopefully, we will know the winner in the morning, but we'll see. I think we'll know the winner. It depends on how close it is, but thank you for stopping by. And good night to all the UK people. Okay, Blue Kansas. I'm guessing that's an urban area being reported. If I check, yep, Kansas City. That's Wyandotte County and Shawnee County, containing the state capital, Topeka. They're mainly reporting that's 52% in Kansas City and 35% in Topeka. So no surprises there, to be honest. A lot of the time, these big cities start reporting, obviously in favor of Democrats, and that will shift the state. As no rural counties have been reported yet, that will shift the state in favor of Democrats for a while. Then Republicans obviously close the gap in the rural areas. That's usually how it goes. So, no surprises there. I wouldn't be too excited to see a blue Kansas. If there's a blue Kansas tonight, then we've got a lot bigger things to worry about, presumably. Okay, Riley County, Kansas shifts 11 for Harris. Interesting. And is that with a significant amount of the vote reported or not? I'd be interested in that. In terms of national popular vote, Trump still leads 9 points. I wouldn't read into that too much. We've had Republican strongholds such as Florida, Texas being reported. We're still waiting on New York and California. Harris, I expect, will close the gap in the popular votes with those states, but we shall see. Florida, I'm guessing, is now reporting about 90%, 89%. Trump leads by 12.6 points. No surprises there, but it's a big swing. It's a very big swing towards Trump in Florida. And you can see all the races we've been called up here. And Texas is trending red, of course. That's with 27% of the vote counted. I'd expect once that hits just over 50, that will be called as well, especially as the votes in Dallas dry up. And Austin starts reporting soon. Hayes County in favor of Harris, just outside of Houston. Harris County, believe it or not, contains Houston. And Fort Bend County, just next to Harris County, just next to Houston, has Harris up, albeit by 2 points. So Texas not looking good for Democrats, but they haven't really targeted it this time around, so I wouldn't read into that too much at all. Okay. Heading back over to the chat. What have we got? More county shifts in Ohio. Not a single one has shifted for Trump. Wow. RFK falls behind Stein and Oliver. It's Jova. That's to be expected, I guess, but there was some excitement about RFK, even though he had dropped out at the start of the stream. We thought he might actually beat Jill Stein and Chase Oliver in the popular vote, but that doesn't seem to have materialized. Not at all. Okay. Pennsylvania, we've got 7% in Pennsylvania now. I'm guessing that's still just Pittsburgh mainly. 4% in Michigan, that's a decent jump. Let's check out where those votes are coming from. I'm assuming Detroit area around Detroit. Oakland County, yes, just next door to Detroit. Reporting 24% for votes counted, 63% for Harris. Okay. Oh, for the first time, the stream poll has shifted in favor of Donald Trump. Donald Trump now leads the stream poll as to who would you vote for. Donald Trump leads 51% to 49% to Harris in our live stream poll. That's interesting. That's the first time Trump has led in our live stream poll. Okay, I'm going to ask this question again. I asked this before, but we've had a few swings for Harris now. Who would you rather be at the moment in terms of who do you think has the best chance of winning at the moment? I haven't looked at the betting market. I'm not sure if there has been any movement there, but which candidate would you rather be right now? Harris or Trump? Personally, I'm still leaning towards Trump. I don't think my personal opinions on who is heading towards a win have changed because of the results so far. Maybe because of that big swing in Florida, I'm giving Trump a bit more of a better chance. Maybe, but it's reading chicken entrails. I've used that expression a lot tonight. But so far, we haven't had too many strong indicators, which suggests a very close race, which is what we were expecting. Trump leads in Georgia with 47% of the votes counted. Trump leads with 11 points. Atlanta is reporting more votes now. 70% of votes reported in Fulton County containing Atlanta. Harris is not managing to close the gap in Georgia, with nearly half of the votes counted. These urban areas are not helping Harris close the gap, it seems. I'm getting more and more confident of a Trump win in Georgia. I don't know about you, let me know what you think. But it looks like Harris is not closing the gap in Georgia, but do let me know. Where else is looking interesting? 34% of the vote counted in Texas. Donald Trump ahead by about 8 points. No surprises. Moving over to North Carolina, 10% of the votes counted. They're being really slow over there. I've said this every time, but it seems they only add a percentage or two every time we check back on them. But North Carolina will be a very interesting race. Harris leads there by about 6 points. But that's with Raleigh being the main source of votes. Okay. Let's see. Any updates on Congress? We've had quite a few House races called, but not too much interesting outcomes in the Senate at the moment, but that could change very soon. Okay, let's see what the chat is saying. When will North Carolina and Michigan be called? After midnight. Be called? Yeah, after midnight Eastern time, I agree. So that's in about... That would be in about 4 hours, 3.5 hours until midnight. I think we'll know the winner at 6 a.m. UK time, which is... I think that would be... Is that 1 a.m. US time? Eastern time, to be specific. That's interesting. Polymarket has raised their odds to 70% for Trump. That's interesting. Yeah. Okay. Ohio about to flip for Trump. Not surprising. I've been saying that for a while. Let's see. Look for ourselves. Ohio. Yep. Harris now within half a point of being overtaken by Trump in Ohio. This is as rural counties start to be reported. And the votes have been drying up in Cleveland, Cincinnati, and Columbus. Okay. But they've still got about 60% each in these 3 cities to report, so we'll see. Still all to play for. But Ohio has now switched to Republican. No surprises there. Trump is set to win Ohio. I think we can all agree on that. But it's worth keeping an eye on in terms of swing. Georgia's still sitting at 47%. Florida, 90% counted. Trump ahead by nearly 13 points now. I wonder if he can get to 15. That'd be interesting. He recreated Ron DeSantis' performance in Miami-Dade, where he won 20%. He won by 19 to 20% statewide. I don't think Trump will replicate that, but can he get close? Can he get close? That'd be interesting. Okay, let's check back in on Texas. 38% votes counted. Trump leads by 4 points. Pennsylvania, 8%. Slowly but surely coming in. I'm not going to check on Pennsylvania too much. It's mainly Pittsburgh, mainly Democrat strongholds. Won't tell us much at all, really. But if you've got any information on swing, that would be interesting, certainly. But let's check in on the chat, see what information I've inevitably been given. Hogan leads in Maryland Senate. Really? I saw polls suggesting Larry Hogan was going to lose in Maryland by a fair bit as well. If he were to win the Maryland Senate, I think that would be a surprise. Let me check in on, I might be wrong there, but let's check in on 538's Senate projection. I don't think Hogan was projected to win in Maryland. I really don't think he was. No, he wasn't. They had that as like a tilt Democrat, it seems. I don't know too much about what's going on in Maryland. Yeah, Hogan has a less than 1% chance of winning the Maryland Senate race. But he's leading. Is this just because rural counties are being counted first? A poly market gives him 6%. Betting markets, but forecast gives him less than 1%. Although only about 800 votes have been reported. Oh, okay. Okay, that explains it then. I don't expect him to win, but good luck, Larry. As he's the incumbent, but he looks like he's about to get crushed. So sorry, Larry. Good luck. Let's see. Ohio red. Yep, Ohio's flipped back into the Republicans. Let's see. Nowhere else has been called yet, to my knowledge. I don't think so, at least. Okay. Looking back at the map. 49% in Georgia now. Trump still leads there. Texas, 38%. It's kind of slowing... Oh! Virginia has gone red. This is interesting because mainly before we'd seen votes counted in Raleigh, I didn't expect Virginia to ever go red this entire night, to be honest, especially since they started counting in urban areas first. Let's take a look at that. That's a big surprise. Fairfax County, Loudoun County, Prince William County, all reporting big amounts of votes for Democrats already. Democrats have them banked. But they're going to run dry soon, and Republicans have overtaken Democrats in Virginia. I didn't expect to see Virginia turn red at all tonight, really. That's interesting. If anyone has an explanation for it, that'd be interesting. But very surprising, to be honest. I don't think that means Trump is going to win Virginia, but maybe it's a good sign for his campaign nationally, because of course he doesn't need Virginia to win. Not in any scenario, really. Sherrod Brown still has the lead. Okay, so he's not running behind Harris. That's good news for him. Sherrod Brown at 51%. That's the Ohio Senate race. While Harris is running pretty much dead even with Trump at 49.5. So it seems Sherrod Brown is leading by about 1.5 points over Harris. Which, if that holds by the end of the night, I don't think Harris is going to lose Ohio by only 1.5 points. Could we see Sherrod Brown losing in Ohio? We'll have to see. But again, he's the incumbent. That is certainly a race to watch, Ohio Senate, as Ohio gets more and more out of hand for Democrats. Okay. Decision desk update on Georgia. What's this? Trump has a lead in Georgia. I'm just trying to look at this update. AP race is called Arkansas for Trump. No surprise at all there. Decision desk update in Georgia. Trump has a lead in Georgia with more than a third of the estimated votes counted. Not every county has reported results. Among the counties with no votes reported, around an hour after polls closed, are the big Democratic leading Atlanta suburbs. So we could expect a lot of votes coming in there. And of course, I'm not sure how mail-in votes are being counted this time. They're being counted after, but I would not expect to see a huge surge for Democrats like we did in 2020 because of mail-in ballots. As of course, Republicans have been encouraged to vote by mail. Red Rhode Island. Really? Let's have a look there. Oh, Rhode Island has been... Oh, yeah. With 24% of the votes counted, Rhode Island has been called for Democrats despite Trump currently leading there. I'm sure there's a rational explanation for that. Of course. Even though Providence, the state capital... I don't know. That's worth watching, I guess. But, yeah, it's interesting. That's surprising. That Republicans are ahead in Rhode Island. Definitely surprising. Okay. Is anyone on the vertical stream? We've got one viewer on the vertical stream. Interesting. Okay. And Trump is still ahead in our poll on the stream. Florida 56 for Trump, really? Yeah, I gotta check in on Florida, actually. Definitely gonna check in on Florida. Yeah, Trump at 56%. Trump is leading in Florida by 13 points. Can he raise that to 15 or maybe even 20 by the end of the night? It's not outside the realm of possibility. We've only really got rural counties reporting now, which obviously favor Trump. I think he's going to extend that lead by definitely at least a few points. In Texas, half the votes counted now. Trump leads by 2 points. I'm going to swap over to the congressional race and see how Republicans are doing in Texas. Sorry, Texas Senate race. See how far behind Cruz is running. Okay, so Colin Allred is currently ahead in Texas with half of the votes counted. It seems Ted Cruz is running behind Trump by 4 points. That's not good news for him, but that's really interesting. Colin Allred ahead, part of the Democrat Party, but in Texas, but Trump ahead in the presidential race. I still think Ted Cruz is going to win, but he's running behind Trump more than I thought he would, to be completely transparent. Okay, it's half an hour until we get our next set of poll closures. I'm not sure what those will be. Probably Michigan. Oh no, we've already got results for Michigan. Probably Wisconsin, since we don't have results there yet, I believe. It appears a state's been called. Yeah, Arkansas, already mentioned that. New York Times needle gives 91% chance for Trump to win Ohio. Sounds about right. I'd give him a higher chance, to be honest. I don't think there's any scenario where Trump loses Ohio. So the New York Times needle is running now. Do they have a national needle, or are there complications with it because of the engineer strikes? If the New York Times has a needle for the national race, if you can tell which way the New York Times think it's heading, then do update me, please. But I'm really not sure which way that race is heading, in terms of the Ohio Senate specifically. But statewide, Ohio should go red for Trump, almost definitely. Okay. Any new races called? It looks like it, as Trump has gone up to 101 electoral votes. That's probably the impact of Arkansas. Harris has also had something called. She's up to 49 electoral votes. Trump leads in Florida by 13.1 points. He keeps extending that lead. Trump is ahead in Texas by 4 points. I think Cruz is running very far behind Trump in Texas. Surprisingly far behind. Maybe up to 6 points behind Trump. Ted Cruz is really underperforming here. Will it be enough to lose? I doubt it. I still think Ted Cruz will be elected to the Texas Senate. But we'll see. It's a race to watch, definitely. More so than Texas statewide for presidential race, obviously. That should obviously go Republican. Georgia, 52%, not much movement there. Trump still leads by 11 points in Georgia, as expected. North Carolina is now in the hands of Trump. That's interesting. As previously we had a lot of votes being counted from Raleigh. Trump is ahead by a whopping 20 votes in North Carolina now, as some of the smaller rural counties start reporting. Okay. I'm going to take a bathroom break, but I'll be back momentarily. If anyone pops in the stream, let them know where I am. But I'll be reading the chat, so keep me updated. Thank you guys. See you in a minute. Alright, and I'm back. Thank you for sticking with me. Okay. Here we go. Any new updates that I missed in the last couple of minutes? I highly doubt it, but please let me know. On the vertical stream chat, we had someone ask, is the Virginia race closer than expected, or is that normal? I don't have the specific numbers here in terms of swing in Virginia, but to my untrained eyes for this race in Virginia, where Trump currently leads by 0.3 points, I think it's closer than expected, maybe, especially as these big counties such as Fairfax, Loudoun, and Prince William have already reported most of their votes. Please do let me know if this Virginia race is as surprisingly close as I think it is. I think that's a possibility, but I might be wrong. I'm going to actually compare... I'm going to check out the benchmark for... Let's see. For Loudoun County, Harris is ahead by about 16 points in Loudoun County. Let's see if 538 has a benchmark for that. Okay. Harris ahead 15 points in Loudoun County. Let's see how well she has to do to win. So if I go to 538's benchmark tool... Oh, they don't have one for Virginia. Never mind. Oh, they do. Okay, it's just not highlighted. Okay. Loudoun County, Harris has to only win by 12 points for it to be even. She's winning by 15 points. That puts the whole of Virginia, once all counties are reported, that should put Virginia at +3 for Democrats by the end of the night, which would be a slight underperformance. Actually, maybe a 2-point underperformance for Democrats if this benchmark is accurate. So it does seem Democrats are underperforming in Virginia by 2 points. Correct me if I'm wrong in the chat. But that is interesting. I do think Virginia is closer than we thought, but do let me know what you think. But it's a developing situation, of course, we shall see. Okay, consulting the chat again. What benchmark am I using? I'm using the 538 benchmark. On their website, you can go over to there and just scroll down a couple of pages and you'll see how to tell who's on track to win on election night. If you go on that article, you can click on a state and then it will tell you the margin that a candidate has to be in the lead by for a state to be tied, for a state to be dead even. So if a candidate is exceeding the benchmark, then they should be ahead in the state, ahead of the benchmark, which means they should be in the lead. So Harris is ahead of the benchmark, but only by 3 points, which means if that's replicated statewide, she'll win Virginia by about 3 points, which would be a sizable underperformance, maybe 2 or 3 points. But that might not be reflected in the other states, and she'll probably win Virginia, almost definitely. So I wouldn't give too much thought on that specifically. Okay. Trump is still ahead in Virginia. Votes haven't been updated there. In Georgia, 52% of votes counted. Trump still leads. Trump leads by 11 points in Georgia with 52% counted. That's a bit surprising, especially with so many votes counted from Atlanta. Brown still holds on to a minor lead over Marino. You'd think his lead would be a bit larger. Ohio Senate's definitely one to watch. Trump got another vote. Do you mean in terms of the Electoral College vote? He's on 101. Harris also had a couple of races confirmed, it looks like. Maybe Connecticut, Harris had put in her column. I'm not sure really where the movement was for her there. But Trump still leads in the popular vote by 8 points. That's been the story of most of the night. But that's not particularly surprising at the moment. We haven't gotten those more Republican votes in. Yeah. So if Harris is overperforming in Ohio, it shouldn't really matter too much, as Ohio is not a swing state, so it's not really possible for her. Stream poll, Donald Trump. Trump got another vote in the stream poll. Yeah. Trump now holds a 2-point advantage over Harris, I believe, in the stream poll. 2 or 3 point advantage. That's interesting. Thank you for all your votes. Okay. Virginia. Yep, Trump still leads in Virginia, but I'd expect Harris to gain on him. Probably win it by 3 points by the end of the night, which is, as I said, an underperformance. Pennsylvania still mostly reporting out of Pittsburgh. I won't look into that too much yet. Michigan mostly reporting out of Detroit. Won't look into that too much. But Kamala Harris leads there by 14 points. Texas, Trump leads by 6 points, even with Dallas being the main source of votes. Elsewhere, Ohio, Trump leads by 3 points, with Harris running behind the Senate candidate, Sherrod Brown. We're getting results for Missouri now, which will obviously go in Trump's column. I expect that to be called soon. I expect Kansas to be called soon as well, even with 10% votes reported, sorry. Georgia, I'm still watching Georgia. Georgia should be a good indication of whether Harris is winning or not. If Harris wins Georgia, that's an overperformance for her on the national level. I don't expect her to. I think she's not on track to win Georgia, but we'll see. North Carolina, Trump extends his lead there. It looks like just over 6 points, with 21% of the vote counted. Very slow there, as I've stated repeatedly. Trump's still ahead by 13.1% in Florida, with 92% of votes counted. That's already been called, but it's interesting for the swing there, which has been incredibly large. We're not getting many updates at the moment, but North Dakota has just popped up. That will, of course, go to Trump. That will be called soon as well. Let's see how the Senate's looking. No real big updates in the Senate. How sure are you of a Trump win? I think I'm getting gradually more certain of a Trump win. I was already at 80-20 just by a gut feeling. As in, I'd seen the forecasts at 50-50. I know pollsters have tried to correct for their previous mistakes in Trump elections. But then again, I still anticipate a Trump overperformance. I just don't think Trump voters trust the polling industry enough to respond to pollsters. I think pollsters naturally favor Democrats, or at least they do in Trump elections. Because polling was accurate in 2022, even though it's a bit off, but it's because it's so close. Nationally, polling was accurate in 2022. Polling was also accurate in 2018, more so than the presidential races. I think it's just a Trump factor that throws pollsters for a loop. I'm getting increasingly confident of a Trump win. It's only ever so slightly. It's mostly a gut feeling. We don't have many decisive results yet, but it's worth keeping an eye on. Oh, there's a Libertarian candidate for Senate in Ohio. Might just spoil the election for Sherrod Brown. It's possible. Depends what kind of margin he loses by. If he loses, of course, which he might not. It's a toss-up. Ohio Senate race is a toss-up. By all definitions. Any new races have been called for either candidate? Doesn't look like it. Trump at 101 electoral votes, Harris at 71. No surprises in terms of the Electoral College yet. Okay. And Sherrod Brown is only ahead by 2 points in Ohio, while Trump is ahead by 4. Okay. We'll see if he manages to close that gap. That's, of course, Bernie Moreno that he is running against, the Republican candidate for Senate in Ohio. Kansas, Kamala Harris has retaken the lead in Kansas. I wouldn't get too hopeful, Democrats, over that, though. Georgia, 55%. It looks like Trump still holds that 11-point lead. That is accurate. Let's check out Atlanta. Atlanta, 70% of votes counted. Harris leading there, 71%. But I wouldn't read too much into that. Of course, Democrat stronghold, urban area. Illinois, that was the one that got called for Harris earlier with just 12% of the vote counted. Is Rhode Island still voting for Trump? Nope. Kamala Harris has retaken the lead in Rhode Island. Delaware has been called for Harris. Haven't had many calls for Trump lately, but we've got North Carolina trending his direction, Georgia trending in his direction, Texas trending in his direction, Virginia trending in his direction. But I'd expect Harris to retake the lead in Virginia soon. Missouri, of course, trending in his direction. Ohio trending in his direction. And, unsurprisingly, North Dakota. As well as Maine, which we've just gotten our first results for. Where is that out of? Maine. Just a random county in Maine, really. Not particularly near any urban areas. 97% of votes counted, but that's only 500 votes total. Not much to write home about in Maine so far, but we should get that result coming in fairly soon. I'd expect it to pick up there. In Pennsylvania, 13% of votes counted. Still mostly out of Pittsburgh, I believe. So not... Yeah, and Philadelphia even. Philadelphia County, 87% for Harris. That's not surprising. Pittsburgh, 72%. All these urban areas reporting at the moment are unsurprisingly going to Harris, so I'm not paying too much attention to Pennsylvania at the moment until some of these rural counties make up the difference, which I'm sure they will. Whether or not it's enough for Trump to take the lead in Pennsylvania is another thing entirely, but we shall see. 62% votes counted in Georgia. Harris has slightly closed the gap. Oh, no, never mind. Oh, wait, no. Harris has properly closed the gap in Georgia. 62% counted. There's now only a 5% gap in Georgia, and that's from the surrounding counties of Atlanta. The gap is being closing. Being closed. Can Trump survive the impending urban vote? We shall see. I think he will. He's still up by 5 points, even while most of these Democrat counties have reported more than 62%, so we'll see. I'd still say Georgia is trending in the way of Republicans. Same with North Carolina, even though they're reporting incredibly slowly, annoyingly so. Let's check the chat. Okay. Main counting, yup. Trump 10 points ahead on stream poll. Really? Oh, yeah. Of course, 42 votes. Not very many, but we'll see. Oh, right. It's, I don't know how to pronounce it. DeKalb County in Georgia. They weren't reporting anything, and then suddenly it shot up to 80%, I believe, and that's what happened. Polymarket reporting 88% chance that Bernie Moreno wins in Ohio. That's significant. That might even get me to start believing it. Wow. Okay. That's not crazy outcome or anything. I think Sherrod Brown was maybe slightly favored, but it was still a toss-up. If I had cash, I would put like 200 on Brown. Really? That's interesting. Okay. Those are good odds. It'd be fair enough. But we'll see if you're right by the end of the night. As Ohio is currently 45% counting. Georgia's still at 62. Georgia's still the one to watch. Trump still at 13.1% lead in Florida. Texas, Trump leading by 6.7 points. Let's see if Ted Cruz is still behind in Texas. Because he seems to be running quite behind. Oh no, Ted Cruz has taken the lead in the the Senate race in Texas. He's ahead by about 3 points. He's taken a healthy lead over his Democratic opponent, Colin Allred. That's not particularly surprising. I thought he would. But still, he's running about 3 points behind Trump, which isn't insignificant. The payout if Brown wins would be crazy, yeah. It shot up recently, was at 57%. Oh, maybe a big bet or something. Every county in Rhode Island has shifted 10 points for Trump. Wow. He had been doing these rallies in very Democrat areas, such as, of course, Madison Square Garden. I'm sure you've heard of that rally, probably for the garbage comment. But he also did a rally in California. I don't know if he's trying to win the popular vote or something, or he just enjoys doing these rallies. It's probably a bit of both. But if we see these big swings in places, even where he can't win, such as California and New York, this could help him win the popular vote, which he is leading in at the moment. But we'll see if that lasts. But that's interesting. Again, every county in Rhode Island shifting 10 points for Trump. I had heard a bit about Rhode Island when Biden was in the race, about how Trump could win Rhode Island if Biden stuck it out. But, of course, Biden dropped out. Harris replaced him. Rhode Island has been called for Harris. But still, 62% count in Rhode Island. Harris is only ahead by 5 points in Rhode Island. Is that surprising? Let me know. Okay, back into the chat. Eaton County, Michigan has shifted 16 points for Trump. Wow. That's important. When we start looking at these states that are actually swing states, that's when swing becomes more important in terms of individual counties, of course. Trump is still leading in Virginia. But the Daily Snail has said Harris wins Virginia. Has that been called? Apparently. Has someone called that? As Trump is leading in Virginia by 0.7 points at the moment. Of course, less than half the vote reported. We can't read into that too much. But that is interesting. What's BBC just posted? Where Georgia stands right now? Yep, of course, we've got it. We've got the live results. We don't need BBC. Okay. Georgia, no updates since the last time I told you. Trump ahead by exactly 5 points. As some of the Democrat counties around Atlanta start reporting. Big flood of Democrat votes there. But let's see if we've got any new chats. If you're in the vertical stream on your shorts feed, thank you for tuning in. Please stick around. Let me know if you have any questions. I'd be happy to answer them. But right now... Oh, sorry, projected winner. Okay, on Twitter. Interesting. Yeah, I'd project that she'd win Virginia as well, but only by 3 points, probably, as we've seen from the benchmark tool that we used on 538. But Virginia's going to be an interesting one to watch, just in terms of swing, as it looks like it's heading towards Trump, ever so slightly. But it's definitely one to watch. Michigan vote has tightened a bit, with Harris only ahead by 11 points now. even though areas around Detroit have been reported. Not exactly Detroit. We've had Wayne County, where Detroit is properly situated, has not been reported yet. But just outside Oakland, Harris leads by 15 points, 40% of that vote counted, 40% I should say. But Michigan, if Trump wins Michigan, I'd say the election's over. I think that's the most difficult of the three northern swing states for him to take, which means the other two will probably fall in line. And again, if he sweeps the Sun Belt, which is Arizona, Nevada, Georgia, and North Carolina, he only needs one northern swing state to win. He doesn't even need Nevada, actually. So yeah, if Trump wins Michigan, the election's over. Let's just say that. I think everyone can agree on that. Trump's 74.8% chance of a win. Is that entirely, or in Michigan, or anywhere in particular? Because I would say I'm getting more confident of a Trump win. At the start of the stream, I was 80% confident. I was 80% Trump, 20% Harris. I think I'm probably 85-15 Trump at the moment. Total on Polymarket, yeah. So Polymarket has... I remember Polymarket was always sort of bolstering Trump's chances. I think it reached the peak of something around 74.8%. And he has gone up to a 47% chance of winning Michigan. That's pretty good for him, I'd say. He doesn't need to win Michigan by any stretch of the imagination. He only needs one of those northern swing states. So this is very good news for the Trump campaign indeed. But still, he needs to win Georgia. He needs to win North Carolina. He needs to win Arizona, really. Which we should be getting results for soon, Arizona, I think. In 5 minutes, probably we'll get results for Arizona, but they count pretty slowly, so we'll see. Okay. Heading back over to the Associated Press map. We don't have any new decisions, I don't think. Nope, still 101 electoral votes for Trump compared to 71 for Harris. No new states have been called. Georgia still at 63%. Texas 54. Trump leads by 7 points. He's widened his lead there. Okay. Anywhere else interesting? North Carolina still slowly at 26% counted. Trump leads there by 10 points. Not many surprises so far in terms of these swing states. Maybe that swing in Michigan, but that was county specific. We'll see what's going on there. But thank you so much for tuning in. Please drop a like on the stream if you're enjoying it. Feel free to become a channel member. We've got some interesting emojis that you can use in the chat. You don't have to, of course. The best thing you can do is subscribe. It's free. But thank you for tuning in. Let me know if you have any questions. Happy to answer them. Thank you for being here. Okay, Lackawanna County, and Wayne County have shifted to Harris by 17 and 21, both in Pennsylvania. Interesting. Pennsylvania is has been considered to be much more of a toss-up than Michigan in terms of leaning towards Trump even. So if Harris wins Pennsylvania, that will put her in a pretty good position. Unless, of course, Trump wins Michigan or Wisconsin. He doesn't need... The truth is, Harris needs Pennsylvania more than Trump does. Trump only needs one of those three northern swing states. So we'll see. But in Georgia, 64% counted now. Trump maintains that lead of 5 points. Not much going on there. North Carolina is 26%. Virginia, Trump is still ahead in Virginia with 49.6%. That's a lead over Harris of just about 1 point. That's a surprise. With half of the votes counted already, Trump is in the lead in Virginia. I doubt that will hold, but it's interesting. Keep me updated on that race, please. Thank you for all your work in the chat. It's been very helpful. Harris leads in Michigan by 11 points. 8% of vote counted. Harris also leads in Pennsylvania by 32 points. 15% of the vote counted. I'm guessing that's entirely Pittsburgh, more or less. Pittsburgh and Philadelphia, of course. Philadelphia only counted 15 though. Though the county that contains Pittsburgh has reported 35%. So not much to look at in Pennsylvania. Apparently there has been some swings towards Harris there though, which is definitely interesting. Not much movement in Georgia at the moment, or Florida, or Texas. Texas Trump extends his lead a bit over there. Virginia, Trump holds strong, 1 point. Ohio, Trump extends his lead. Trump is now leading 8 points over his Democratic rival Kamala Harris in Ohio. Would be interesting. Let me look up, actually. Ohio Senate race. Has Trump extended his lead enough to push Sherrod Brown? Yes, okay. Bernie Moreno takes the lead in Ohio. This is a bit of a surprise. It's not a massive surprise, but Bernie Moreno was the slight underdog in this race. Sherrod Brown is the incumbent. Ohio doesn't tend to remove incumbents, regardless of party. But Bernie Moreno has taken the lead in Ohio with 46% votes reporting. He's only ahead by, what's that, about 100 votes out of millions. So it's a developing situation, we'll have to see. But do keep me updated on the Ohio Senate race. That is one to watch. Okay. Clinton County, Pennsylvania shifts by 9 points. And another shift in Pennsylvania by 20. So Harris seems to be doing well in Pennsylvania, not so much in Michigan. But of course, early doors, not much we can say. Not much we can make of that just yet. Okay, I'll go back to the Associated Press. Let's see if they've called anything else. It doesn't look like it. We've started getting a few calls for the Senate and House. Quite a lot coming in there. But we won't know the big picture until they start approaching majority territory. Oh, we have had a few states being called. North Dakota, South Dakota, Wyoming, Nebraska, all for Trump. Same with Arkansas, Louisiana. What are these? Let's see. Mississippi and Alabama, all called for Trump. That brings them up to 120 electoral votes. We had a few states called for Harris, though. New York, obviously. New York's going to be interesting because Trump has targeted New York a bit. Not to win, but it seems he's kind of shifted support towards him there. New York has been more favorable to Trump lately. So maybe he'll be able to stop the bleeding in terms of the popular vote there enough to win the national popular vote. I'm not sure. It's still all to play for, but Trump leads in the popular vote by 53 to 45. But New York's going to be interesting. No votes have even been counted there, but it's been called for Harris, understandably. There is no chance that Harris loses New York. Michigan, Trump appears to have closed the gap a bit. Harris leads by 7 points in Michigan with 9% counted. Pennsylvania, 16% counted. Harris leads by 30 points, but that's with Philadelphia and Pittsburgh mainly being reported. Again, a bunch of states have just been called by the Associated Press. This map should update shortly. Hopefully, we'll see. In Texas, Trump still leads by 8 points. In Georgia, 65% counted now. Harris continues to make up ground on Trump. She was 5 points ahead when it was 63% counted. She was 5 points behind, sorry. She's now... oh, never mind. Actually, that's me getting the numbers wrong. Trump extends his lead by a tiny bit to 5.4 points from 5 points previously. There's still 30% of the vote in Fulton County. That's where Atlanta is located, of course, Democrat stronghold. That's where most of the votes are going to come from for them. 70% of the votes counted. Harris leads at 71%. To Culp County, 82% for Harris, 6% counted. Still a lot of votes come from there. Can Harris make up ground from this? We'll see. I'm really not sure, but I think Georgia's trending towards Trump. Let me know what you think. Anything else been called? It doesn't look like it. Let me know, again, I've asked this a few times, which candidate would you rather be right now? Who do you think the election is trending towards? Personally, I think Trump, just the way Georgia's heading, just the way North Carolina's heading, just the way Virginia's heading even. Not because I think he's going to win Virginia, but because compared to the benchmark, it looks like Harris is going to take Virginia by 3 points, which would be an underperformance of 2 points. Trump needs to overperform the polls, maybe by 1 point in some of these swing states, in some of the northern battlegrounds, such as Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, and Michigan, to win the states entirely. So if he can replicate that across the rest of the states, I think he's got a good chance of winning. So I would rather be Trump at the moment than Harris. But let me know what you think. Okay, you're going to bed. Okay, good night, the Daily Snail. Thank you for keeping me updated. Thank you for sticking along with the stream. You'll see what happens when you wake up. Hopefully, we'll see. Hopefully we get the result within the next 5 hours or so. 4 hours maybe. We'll see. Okay. So yeah, thank you. Alright, Jim Slim is still up. Thank you for your dedication. You've been great with providing me with information. Thank you, Jess Evans. Thank you for popping in. Seeing if any swing states will be called. Yeah. We might get swing states being called fairly soon. Just depends how quickly Georgia can report its remaining 30% of votes or so. We shall see. Oh, Georgia's at 66% votes counted now. Texas is at 56 as well. Trump leads by 8 points in Texas and probably about nearly 6 points in Georgia. That is correct. Trump has widened his lead in Georgia. He's doing quite well there. And he's still winning in Virginia. He's widened his lead there as well, with nearly half of the votes counted. He's up at about 1.5 points over Harris in Virginia. I don't think he's going to win Virginia, but it's interesting looking at it, because Harris is supposed to really win there. Okay. Pennsylvania, 17% of the vote there. Michigan, 9%. They've really slowed down in those northern states. But that's what we're looking for, really. But we can keep our attention focused on Georgia for now. And Texas, but mainly the Texas Senate race more than presidential race, because Trump is going to win Texas. Let's not kid around here. Ohio, Trump is ahead by about 9 points. 7 points, sorry. In terms of the Senate race, let's see. Bernie Moreno, is he still ahead in the Ohio Senate race over his opponent, Sherrod Brown? He is, and he's widened that lead to about 1 point over Sherrod Brown. Moreno, I think, is overperforming here. He's, of course, trailing Trump by about 6 points here, which is quite an underperformance compared to the presidential candidate. But if Trump wins by 7, 8, 9 points in Ohio, he should win in the Senate as well. We'll see. Virginia, Trump ahead by 1.5 points. Georgia's still reporting quite slowly. North Carolina at 40% now. Trump leads by 5 points. Let's see how the areas around Raleigh are doing. Raleigh's reported 74% of its votes. That's probably the biggest Democrat stronghold. Maybe Charlotte as well. But we've got Mecklenburg County, where Charlotte is located. Charlotte, North Carolina, is starting to report. We've got 6% in there. I would expect North Carolina's margin to tighten. Maybe even Harris to pull ahead temporarily. We'll see. North Carolina is definitely one to watch as more results start pouring in for that, hopefully. We'll see. Georgia still at 66%. Really not much movement. Iowa is now coming in, less than 1% of the vote. Virginia, 49%. North Carolina, 40%, as I said. Michigan, 10% now, up from 9%. Pennsylvania, 17%. Really not much movement going on. But stick with me. We should get some results fairly soon. Hopefully some states will start to be called. But I wouldn't count on any of the swing states being called anytime soon. Oh, okay. So New York Times Needle. This is their tool that sort of predicts which way this race is going. They don't have it for the national election, I don't think. But they've got it for Georgia and North Carolina, it seems. Jim Slim has shared that information. North Carolina is being seen as a toss-up. I'd agree with that. That's what it looks like. While Georgia looks like it leans Republican. Do you think Trump will win based on the current results? I already thought Trump was going to win as more of a gut feeling. I think I'm ever so slightly more confident of a Trump win now, but it's really... Oh, they do have a swing on for the national election. So is it running right now? Please do let me know what they're predicting. Trump 280. Oh, okay. Interesting. The New York Times is saying a Trump victory is more likely than a Harris victory at the moment, per their swingometer. Okay. That's very interesting. Thank you for sharing. Okay. Oh, a state has been called for Trump. Was that Tennessee? I don't think so. Never mind. Which state has been called for Trump? Let me know. I didn't catch that. Just up there. It looks like something else has been called for the Democrats as well. Delaware. Okay, not all that important. That's per BBC. Minnesota is reporting right now. Should be a fairly strong Harris victory. That's the home state of Tim Walz. He's the governor there. They're expected to win that by between probably 5 and 6 points, I'd say. Trump leads there at the moment with less than 1% of the vote counted. Really not worth looking into. Other swing states, not much movement. Georgia at 68% now. Trump's still leading there. How much by? With 68% of the vote counted, Trump leads in Georgia by 5.5 points. He's maintaining that 5.5 point lead for a while now. I would say Georgia is fairly in the hands of Trump. Something could change, of course, but Georgia looks to be in Trump's camp fairly solidly. Are there other people on the Incumbent Affairs crew, or is it just me? It's myself and my friend Harry. He was on the UK live stream that we did a few months ago. This time it's just me. Things couldn't work out with his work and stuff, but I wish he was here. But I'm going to stick it out for the rest of the night just for you guys. And you're keeping me company. You're helping me out here, so I do appreciate that a lot. You're making my job a lot easier. Thank you very much. But yeah, it's me and Harry. I mainly do the stuff, but he comes in on the live streams. He joined me on my USA trip. We had a series called the Election Countdown. And yeah, please check out that Election Countdown series if there's ever sort of a lull in this live stream. Maybe if I go for a bathroom break, check out one of the shorter videos. We posted a bunch of shorts from our trip to Washington, D.C., bunch of long-form videos. Please check those out if you get the time. Of course, I'm sure you're more focused on the election right now. But if ever you're in the mood, please do check out our Election Countdown series. It was fun to film. If you have any questions about our trip to Washington, D.C., please do let me know. You can't see a path of victory for Harris anymore. That early? I'm not sure if I'd go that far. I'm not sure if I'd say Harris doesn't have a path anymore. Because, really, she could lose Georgia. She can easily lose North Carolina. She can lose Arizona. She can lose Nevada as long as she holds on to those 3 northern swing states, which I think is getting less and less likely. Because they're all kind of toss-ups. So Trump is likely to win at least one, right? Which has kind of been my mentality the whole time. If those 3 states are within margin of error, Trump will probably overperform in 1. All he needs is 1. Harris needs 3. That's kind of been my mentality throughout, and that's why I have Trump favored so highly. Again, start the stream, I said 80% I think Trump's going to win. That's my prediction. I think he'll probably win all the swing states. That's a gut feeling. Not too much evidence based on that. But, yeah, that's been my feeling throughout this whole election cycle, really. My prediction hasn't changed. You live in Charlotte, so it's 9 PM right now, and I got school tomorrow, so I'm going to hop off. Well, thank you for coming by. You're going to hop off at 9:30, so you'll be here a while. Okay, thank you. I appreciate you stopping by. And Charlotte, North Carolina, your state is very important for the election. North Carolina currently reported as a toss-up by the New York Times Needle. It looks like it's going to go Republican, but if it doesn't, that's a very, very good sign for Harris. Georgia is now at 68%. It might have been that before, I'm not sure. Trump leads by 5.5 points. He has maintained that lead for a while now. North Carolina, Trump's still leading by 5 points. 40% vote counted. They've been really slow there. It's kind of annoying. I've said that all night, but it's true. Half of the votes counted in Virginia. Trump leads by 1.4 points. He's not going to win Virginia, I think. I'm fairly sure of it. But he's definitely overperforming there, I think. Anything else of note? We've got 10% in Michigan, 19% in Pennsylvania. We're really waiting for... Oh, Wisconsin has started to come in. I was about to say. Less than 1% counted in Wisconsin, but Trump leads 62% to 36%. Only a couple of thousand votes there. Really not worth paying attention to until a lot more votes come in there. If you have any questions just while we're waiting for the votes to come in, please do let me know. Thank you for stopping by. But yeah, it's been an interesting night. Biggest surprise so far. Do let me know what your biggest surprise has been. But I'm most surprised by Trump's overperformance in Florida. He's now 13.5 points of ahead of Harris in Florida. I think that's an overperformance. And I'd expect that to extend a bit, as 6% of the vote is still left to come in. That's probably from rural areas. I expect Trump to carry Florida by about 15 points by the end of the night. Not that it matters, but it's interesting. Miami-Dade going for Trump, yeah, by about 11 points. Similar margin to Ron DeSantis, and he won the state by 20 points. First time actually watching an election. Do Missouri and Kansas usually take this long? Missouri and Kansas. Kansas is leading by... Harris is leading in Kansas at the moment. That's a surprise. But Missouri and Kansas, they're not swing states. We haven't really been paying attention to them. That's why I've been more annoyed at Virginia being slow than the other slow states, such as Kansas, only 39% reported there. Missouri, only 15% reported there. These are going to go Republican either way, no matter how long it takes them. So we're not really concerned with Missouri and Kansas, but I'm sure they take that long, as no one is really in a rush to see what the result is. But thank you for the question. Any updates in Georgia? Nope, still... Oh, Texas has been called. Texas has been called for Trump at 57% of the votes counted. That is interesting. Trump leads by 9 points in Texas, sorry. I think that's a strong win for Trump, if he maintains that lead of 9 points. I think that's fairly strong for Trump. Sort of keeps Texas out of Democrats' hands for probably another election cycle, I'd say, at least, with that win. I doubt the demographics are going to change all that much unless the Republicans put up a truly awful candidate next time around. I think they've pretty safely secured Texas for a while. But I'm more interested in Georgia at the moment, where 69% is reported. Nice. And Trump leads by 5 points. 6 points on the dot, actually. Trump has extended his lead. I'm getting more and more confident of a Trump win in Georgia. And in terms of Georgia, if Trump can overperform there, I think he was ahead by about 1.5 points in the Real Clear Politics average in Georgia. If Trump can overperform in Georgia by 2 points or so, I think he's won the election. But still, we got 31% of the vote to watch. But Georgia should go to Trump. If it doesn't, he's probably lost the election. But it's all to play for. We'll see. Thank you for tuning in. Thank you for the questions. Do let me know if you've got any. I'll be happy to answer them. In terms of the stream poll, Trump does still lead. Trump has a 10-point lead over Harris in the stream poll. Unfortunately, our stream poll is not worth any electoral votes, depending on who you support. But Harris and Trump have been kind of battling back and forth for our stream vote, as if it matters. But thank you for all of your votes. It's been very interesting. Okay. Let's see if we've got anyone on the... we've got 7 people on the vertical live stream. Do let me know if you have any questions. I am taking the chat on there as well occasionally. Thank you for tuning in. You can head over to the horizontal stream, which should be a better view for you if you're on even a mobile phone. If you twist your phone like that, you should be able to get a better view. So feel free to switch over to that one, but thank you. North Carolina and Georgia leans for Trump now. Trump plus 3.4 expected for North Carolina, and Trump 2.4 expected for Georgia. Thank you for that information. That's very useful. If that's what they're predicting, Trump has outperformed the polls by about 1 point, which should be able to put him in front of Harris in all of the swing states, according to the Real Clear Politics average, if he replicates that overperformance elsewhere. So, yeah, things are looking good for Trump. Yeah, in North Carolina, I think he was up by 2 points. It seems he's exceeded his polls by about 1.5 points. Things are looking good for Trump. Definitely. I can say that for sure now. Thank you very much for that information. That's very useful. So, again, at the moment, I would rather be Trump than Harris. I don't think there was any point in the night where I'd rather be Harris than Trump. He just seems to be trending in all the right ways for a victory. He's at 177 electoral votes, just 93 away from that crucial 270 to win. And Pennsylvania, 21% of the vote. Harris leads there by a lot. Wisconsin, 2% of the votes counted. Trump leads there. I think Wisconsin might actually be Trump's best chance of a pickup in the northern swing states. It's the most demographically white, but then again, Trump has seen a bit of a slide in his support among white voters this election cycle. He's made up for it in minority ethnic groups though. So we'll see. But I think Wisconsin and Pennsylvania are the best chances for Trump to pick up just one crucial state in the north. Presuming he wins North Carolina, Arizona, and Georgia, which I think he will, judging by the New York Times. Keep me updated. Who do you got for the popular vote? Now that's a bit more interesting, because the popular vote, I think was roughly on the 538 average at least. Harris was up by about 1 point in the popular vote. Real Clear Politics had Trump up by something like 0.2 points. So if we average that out, it seems Harris was up in most forecasts by about half a point in the popular vote. And if Trump replicates his 1 point of performance, at least as we can expect in Georgia and North Carolina, yeah, then Trump would win the popular vote. But that's extrapolating state level data to national data, which isn't very helpful sometimes. But Democrats have gotten quite a injection from New York in terms of the popular vote. 20% of votes counted there, and still Trump leads in the popular vote by 6 points. So it's very possible. I'd say 50-50 chance for whoever wins the popular vote. I'm sorry to sit on the fence, but that's really what it looks like. We may have a 270, 268 map. Yeah, I said at the start of the stream, I think if Harris were to win, that would be her best path, her most likely path. She loses the Sun Belt, North Carolina, Georgia, and Nevada, as well as Arizona. That would put Trump at 268, just 2 points shy of 270. And if Harris sweeps the northern swing states, then that would allow her to win by the smallest margin possible. But I have heard the argument that apparently the census was not accurate and the Electoral College votes were allocated incorrectly to the northern states that favored them more than the southern Sunbelt states, such as Florida. But maybe someone will try to challenge that to the Supreme Court, and the Supreme Court is very conservative at the moment, so we'll see where that goes. That would be truly a nightmare scenario. But that would be quite scary. But I think Trump is at least at 268 at the moment. But what's more important is the northern swing states. Can he take one of them? He just needs one. They do tend to vote together, as they have in 2020 and 2016. Trump in 2016, Biden in 2020, all three together. But yeah, 270 is her best chance to win. And that would put her right on the dot. So I guess she'd be happy with that, but it'd be a nail biter. We might be here for a long time. Okay. Live updates. Trump and Harris campaigns project confidence over early results. I guess both of them have reasons to be confident. Oh, and interestingly here, Mark Robinson has been declared the loser of the North Carolina gubernatorial election. No surprises there. He was running considerably behind Trump. Trump had basically disavowed him. Trump had not been appearing at any of his campaign events. He was basically dead in the water after all of the scandals. Do not look them up. There were some very odd scandals involving the Republican candidate for governor of North Carolina. But he has been declared as losing that race, which is not surprising. But Trump is still expected to win North Carolina. Okay. Let's head back over to the map, see if anything else has been called. I doubt it. Let's see, Associated Press. Keep me updated if any information pops out to you in the chat. New York Times has popular vote estimate at Harris just 0.5. Would not be surprised. Leaning Trump per New York Times. That sounds about right. Okay. Again, keep me updated. No new calls for states. Georgia, 70% now. Trump maintains that. Is it a 6-point lead? Trump extends his 6-point lead. 6.2 lead now. Georgia's looking good for Trump, as it has done throughout the night. North Carolina, 50% counted. That's a quite decent jump. Trump is only ahead by 2.2 points in North Carolina now. But that's with, is that with Raleigh being completely reported? Almost. Raleigh at 74% reported. And Harris obviously leads by a lot there. So I think North Carolina is still in Trump's hands, but we'll see. This is going basically as well as it could for Trump at the moment in the realm of possibility, I'd say. He's still ahead in Virginia by a point. 52% of votes counted there. I expect Harris will make up that gap. But it does suggest an underperformance for her, to be honest. Not to read chicken entrails as we have been doing throughout the night. Nebraska Senate. Let's take a look over there. Nebraska, obviously. Oh. Wow. Okay. The independent candidate, Dan Osborne, is running 6 points ahead of the Republican candidate in Nebraska. Some polls suggested this, but forecasts did not. And that's with 33% of the votes reporting. That's one to keep an eye on. That's one to keep a close eye on. Very interesting. Wow, keep me updated on Nebraska Senate. Yeah. Wow. I believe he sort of took the popular positions on almost everything. And I guess that's worked out for him. We'll see. 33% of the vote reported. But that's an encouraging sign for the independent. We could get another independent senator. I wonder if he'll caucus with Republicans, though, just as Bernie Sanders does with Democrats. He'll probably likely lend his votes. And Republicans probably even won't need him in the Senate. But it does make the Senate a bit more difficult for Republicans. Let's see if the Ohio Senate race has been called yet. There's 58% of the votes counted there. I don't think it has been. But Bernie Moreno is still ahead, albeit by 3 points. I think he'll probably win that ever so slightly. Again, it's close. But Sherrod Brown, yeah, he's running ahead of Kamala Harris, but not far enough, it seems. Again, 57% reporting. We just don't know yet. It's worth keeping an eye on. Pennsylvania, Trump has made ground up there, 24% counted. He's trailing by 14 points, but that's with urban areas being reported first, of course. Michigan, Trump behind by just 9 points. Detroit mainly being reported there. Wisconsin, Trump leads with 7% counted. New Mexico is coming in now. Colorado is coming in. Both Democrat states, of course. I would be very surprised by any different results there. What's that that's been called? Rhode Island been called for Harris. I think that happened a while ago. But yeah, Rhode Island is surprisingly close. 9 points. Trump only trails by 9 points, 77% counted. He's not going to win, but I think it's a bit of an overperformance. Okay. Looking at... Oh, Florida has rejected their abortion amendment. Interesting. I saw that was expected to lose by a few points, but it might have been close. Interesting. Wow. Okay. Any other results coming in terms of the House or the Senate? There's a few, but no surprises there. Only one flip, and that was West Virginia, of course. I expect them to pick up Ohio. They'll win in Texas, I assume. Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, all possible pickups. Yeah, it looks like... Let me see this Nebraska race. Oh, okay. Was it Nebraska that was... No, never mind. I'm looking at... Oh, I don't know. I don't know what I'm doing, as always. But, yeah, do keep me updated on that Nebraska Senate race. Uncounted votes in the Ohio Senate race are city votes. Okay, urban areas favor Democrats, of course. So we could be about to see a Sherrod Brown comeback in the Ohio Senate race. We'll just have to see. Okay. Let's take a look back at the Associated Press map. Any new places been called? Doesn't look like it. 74% of votes counted in Georgia now. Harris has closed the gap a bit. She's reduced Trump's lead from about 6 points to about 4.8. Is it enough? Can she make up this ground? I don't think so. We'll have to see that. Do keep me updated on the New York Times needle, which way that's trending in terms of individual swing states and nationally. I would be very interested to hear that. Thank you for your constant updates. It's been very helpful. But heading over to the map, Osborne up 10 points. Dan Osborne in the Nebraska Senate race. Very interesting. It'd be a bit surprising if he won. Polls have been kind of trending that way, but it would be a bit surprising if he won. Definitely. Okay, Trump up by just under 5 points in Georgia. He should still win that, but let me know what the New York Times Needle says. Let's check out the national map, the Associated Press. Trump at 178 electoral votes, Harris at 99. New York has been called for Democrats, according to the BBC. They're pretty slow on this, but thank you, BBC. New York reporting 31% of votes. Trump leads on the popular votes by about 5 points. That's with no votes from California counted, though, which will probably give Harris a big injection. Do keep me updated on the popular vote as well. Donald Trump has... the race has been called in the 3rd Congressional District in Nebraska, which awards Donald Trump 1 electoral vote. That's what brought him up to 178. But that really won't mean much for the election. Okay, going over to the chat. Chance of winning, leaning Trump, 67%. Trump has a 67% chance of winning according to the New York Times. I'd say that seems accurate to me, based on the results we have so far. But it's obviously worth keep watching. Okay. Popular vote estimate, Harris plus 0.4. That's a decrease of 0.1. Trump is gaining the popular vote, it seems, even with New York now coming in thick and fast. Georgia, 75% counted. Harris has lost ground there. 5.1% in favor of Trump. Looks like he's going to win Georgia. Definitely. In North Carolina, Trump extends his lead to 3 points. That's with 53% counted. They're starting counting a bit faster there. Trump extends his lead to 2 points in Virginia. Could we be looking at a possible red Virginia? I doubt it. I'm just going to entertain this for a moment. But if Trump won Virginia, the election's over. But I don't think he will. It's worth keeping an eye on, though, of course, as all the races are. Wisconsin, 11% reported. 54% Trump. Michigan, 12% reported. 53% Harris. 26% reported in Pennsylvania. That's about 58 Harris. 55 Harris, sorry. All to play for, though. No new states have been called in a while outside of that one congressional district. But Georgia's still the race to watch. I'd say keep an eye on North Carolina. Virginia even, just in terms of swing. Wisconsin is now reporting quite fast. It seems definitely faster than Michigan and Pennsylvania, as that entered the race a bit later. So, definitely a lot to watch here. We're waiting on Arizona and Nevada. Nevada not so important, as it's not very key to many. It's very rarely the tipping point state. But Arizona, that could be a tipping point. We don't have results there yet. Arizona's typically really slow. But Trump should win Arizona based on his overperformance in Georgia and North Carolina. Harris is leading in Iowa. We had that Ann Seltzer poll that suggested she would, but that's with 11% counted. Is it within a urban area? It is. It's Des Moines. That's not surprising. Okay. Trump will still win Iowa. I think the Ann Seltzer poll was an outlier, as many called it. But it's interesting. It's worth keeping an eye on Iowa just to see how close it is. If Harris actually makes ground from Biden, as that poll suggests, and as others have as well. Georgia's still sitting at 75% reported. North Carolina at 56. Virginia 57. Trump leads by 2 there. Wisconsin's still 11. Things are kind of slowing down at the moment, to be honest. We're just waiting for more results, as we have been the entire night. 35% reported in Nebraska. That slowed down a bit too. Let's have a look elsewhere. Not much movement anywhere, to be honest. Osborne leads by 9.5. That's the independent candidate in Nebraska. That's a surprise. Not a major surprise, as polls indicated he could win, but he's going against a Republican in Nebraska who seems to be about to lose. Very surprising indeed. Georgia's still 75. South Carolina has been called already. North Carolina, Trump leads by 3. No more votes there. Things are slowing down at the moment, but votes are still being counted. Pennsylvania's jumped a bit. Trump losing there by 9 points at the moment. It's mainly Pittsburgh, Philadelphia being reported first. Michigan 12%, Wisconsin 12 as well. Wisconsin's going kind of fast. Oh, Wisconsin's jumped up to 17%, and that's put Harris in the lead. Let's take a look closer there. Is that with... Yep, that's with Milwaukee being voted. 25% of votes in Milwaukee, and 29% in Dane County, which contains the state capital, Madison. So no surprises there. Green Bay, urban area, is trending Republican with 12% votes counted. I'm guessing all the rural areas will as well. From my untrained eye, Wisconsin looks good for Trump at the moment. These urban areas will tend to vote Harris more, and that's where most of the votes are coming from now, but Harris still only leads by 3 points. I think, I'd say Wisconsin leans Trump at the moment. I'm fairly confident about that, more so than the other three. I think Wisconsin is the most favorable demographically to Trump. Maybe Pennsylvania comes close. Michigan, sorry, not so much. Elsewhere, not many updates in any of the other swing states. New Mexico is red at the moment. It won't be for long, I assume. Really not much else to look at, but keep me updated in the chat if you've got any observations whatsoever. Let's see. No more updates from the chat. Let's check on the vertical stream. No new updates from the vertical stream. But do ask me any questions if you like. Just while we fill the dead air. Waiting for new results. Wisconsin's coming in thick and fast. 18% of votes counted. Michigan trailing at 13%. Pennsylvania trailing also 28%. It's not going nearly as fast as Wisconsin, even though it's only 18%. Harris leads in Wisconsin by 1.9 points. I don't think that's enough for her. I really don't. Trump extends his lead in Georgia to 5.4%. That's with 76% of votes counted. Things aren't looking good for Harris, but do let me know what the forecasts are saying. Things are looking up for Trump, definitely. But we still are yet to see results for Arizona and Nevada. They're the two swing states we're waiting for. Florida's been called. Trump leads there by, is that nearly 14 points? With 94% counted. I'm guessing that's just the remaining rural counties being counted now. But Florida's been called a long time ago. Texas has been called. Alabama called. Mississippi called. Lots of states been called. We haven't had one in a while, though. Jim Slim's updated me. Yes, Florida may never be a swing state, at least for a decade. I agree. 69% of victory for Trump per New York Times. That's an increase of 2%, I think. Sounds fair to me. I have believed for a long time that Trump will win. Even when Harris jumped in, my first prediction video predicted the Trump win. Of course, I'm not going to gloat too early. I'm not going to say I told you so yet. The election's still all to play for. As we can see in Georgia. Well, not so much Georgia, but Michigan, Wisconsin, Pennsylvania. Michigan up to... Wisconsin, sorry, 19% now. Pennsylvania up to 19%. Michigan still trailing both of them at 13%. Harris leads in all of them. Harris has extended her lead in Wisconsin. She's up to about 4 points now. The gap is closing in Pennsylvania. Trump down about 2 points there. Or sorry, a lot more than 2 points, about 7 points there. Michigan, Harris up 7 points as well. That's with 13 though. Take that with a grain of salt. New York Times predicts all 3 Rust Belt states go for Trump. That makes sense. All 3 Rust Belts. Rust Belts, not Sun Belts, sorry. All 3. Wow. He only needs 1. I'm surprised their prediction isn't stronger for Trump if they think he's going to win all 3. Because he only needs 1, really, if he's going to sweep the Sun Belt, which he looks to be able to do. Yeah. Definitely trending in Trump's direction, as expected. But thank you for that update. That's very useful. Anything from the vertical stream? No, we've got 6 people in the vertical stream, though. Feel free to come over to the horizontal one. Let's see. Georgia, Trump up by 5.4, 76% counted. It's going quite slowly there at the moment, but the result is quite clear, I think. Trump still leads in Virginia, albeit by 1.5 points now. 57% counted. He'll probably lose that advantage fairly soon. I wouldn't expect it to be called for a while, though. Georgia as well. Don't expect to be called for a while. New Mexico, Trump leads there, 13% counted, disregard it really. Minnesota, Trump leads there with less than 1% counted, disregard that. Wisconsin, Harris now leads by 3 points. Michigan, Harris leads by 7. Pennsylvania, Harris leads by nearly 8. All to play for. All to play for. But it does seem Trump has the advantage. Okay. Any updates from the chat? Jim Slim, you've been very helpful. Would be nice to get some other people in here, though. But that's beside the point. We should know our winner within the next few hours, I think. The way it's going. If Harris were to win, we probably would have known already. But you never know. We probably know that from Georgia and North Carolina, and then we'd easily be able to extrapolate that to the Rust Belt. Georgia's being slow at the 77% counted for Georgia, though. 52% Trump, 47 Harris. That's looking good for him. Elsewhere, we don't have much of an idea for the Rust Belt at the moment, just because there's so few votes in. But Wisconsin's doing well. They're up to 19% counted. Michigan's still 13, Pennsylvania 30. I'm going to see if I can get onto this New York Times, what's it called? Needle. Okay, they've got a live forecast here. North Carolina's swinging pretty safely. Yeah, Wisconsin's pretty even in terms of the forecast from the New York Times. The New York Times is predicting that Georgia will go to Trump pretty safely. North Carolina for Trump as well. Pennsylvania ever so slightly. Michigan ever so slightly for Trump, even though Harris is at about a 7-point lead for both in them. Interestingly, Minnesota's only leaning towards the Democrats. Virginia is they're actually more confident about Virginia going to the Democrats, even with Trump's advantage there. But things are looking good for Trump. Very good for Trump. The whole map is just a shift red, more or less, apart from some areas of Virginia, maybe around Atlanta. Texas has shifted a bit red, maybe a bit blue, maybe. Sorry, Oklahoma a bit blue. Elsewhere, it's just all red shifts. Harris seems to be definitely underperforming Biden, to say the least. If we zoom in on Pennsylvania, let's see, 67% chance of Trump winning. That's down from a 69% chance, but still pretty good position for him. That forecast is now leaning Trump for the winner. The Electoral College estimate puts Trump at 286 and Harris at 252. Georgia leans Trump. Michigan's a toss-up. North Carolina leans Trump. Pennsylvania is a toss-up. Wisconsin's a toss-up. Arizona and Nevada, no votes reported, but they should be coming in fairly soon, even though they're really slow at reporting most of the time. But hopefully we shouldn't be here all night, as it seems to be trending in Trump's direction, at the very least. Okay. We shall soon see, though. I'm going to head back over to the Associated Press, see what new information we have there. Okay. Wisconsin now at 20%, Michigan trailing 13, Pennsylvania picks up at 32. Very interesting stuff there. Georgia definitely looks like it's trending in the way of Republicans, 77% there. North Carolina 61, Virginia 58. Trump leading in North Carolina by about 4 points now. He's extended his lead there. New Mexico 19% counted. Trump leads by 2 points there. I believe Democrats were only slightly favored there. Only slightly favored by the New York Times there. Same as Minnesota, where Trump currently leads. Only 1% counted though. But Harris must be kind of underperforming in Minnesota, which would make sense since her running mate Tim Walz isn't actually all that popular in Minnesota. So maybe he's lent some of his state to Trump. That would be interesting. Trump wins Minnesota, the election's over. Trump wins Virginia, the election's over. Same with New Mexico, honestly. Not because their electoral votes would be enough to put them over the edge, but because it would be indicative of a larger Trump swing, especially since those aren't even considered to be swing states. Still, all to play for, of course. New York Times does predict a Trump victory, though, which I have to agree with. But both candidates seem to be upbeat about their chances, believe it or not. Of course, you'd expect that from Trump, but let's see what 538 has on their live blog. Because maybe they'll have a bit of insight that I don't. Okay. They're calling a few different states than the Associated Press has. But I'm just trying to make my way over to their live blog. There it is. No swing state has been projected yet, so still all to play for, of course. Let's see. Oh, okay. By Nathaniel Rakich on 538, he says it's true that Osborne is leading in Nebraska. He's leading by about 10 points at one point with roughly 30% of the vote reported. He says it's true that Osborne is leading in Nebraska, but I don't like his chances. That's because most of the votes reporting are from relatively liberal Omaha and Lincoln, which would, of course, usually lend their votes to Democrats, but just seek an alternative to Republicans, really. So that's fair. One particularly bad omen for Osborne, he's running basically even with Harris in the state, and Harris is not going to win Nebraska. That's a very fair point. Okay. That reassures me that probably the independent candidate is not going to win in Nebraska. Okay. Louisiana recently projected to go Republican, not surprising. Okay. Nathaniel Rakich also says he's getting 2020 vibes. Trump lost in 2020. Let's see what he's got to say. He says, it's past 9 p.m. Eastern and still feels like we don't know much about who will win. Neither Harris nor Trump is doing notably better than expected, so here in the 538 of it, feels like we're settling in to watch states like Georgia, North Carolina, Pennsylvania come down to the wire. Reminds me of 2020 when the race also didn't have a clear leader until a day or two after Election Day. So overall, it looks like the polls were right and the race is going to be close. That means we won't know the winner. We may not know the winner for a couple of days. I'm not sure that's true. I think, I don't know, maybe it is, but if Trump's going to win, I think we'll know. If Harris is going to win, it might take a while because she is going to have to hold on to the 3 northern swing states. But I'm not sure I agree with that, to be honest. I think we might know the winner within a few hours. Hopefully. Hopefully, if all goes well. Again, we're waiting on the northern swing states. And, of course, the rest of them. I don't think we've gotten any updates for Arizona yet, no. I'm not sure if polls have even closed in Arizona, but nothing from there yet. I'm pretty sure they would have. But there has been a decision desk update on Virginia. What have they said there? Harris isn't doing as well as Biden in election returns at the same time during this race 4 years ago. Election officials in several counties in Virginia have also not yet reported results for votes cast by mail, which tend to favor Democrats. The race is too early to call. That makes sense. Okay. We do expect Virginia to go blue by about 3 points, so no surprises there at all. Outside of Virginia, let's see. Georgia, 79% reported. Trump leads there. How much by? I'm guessing a few points. Okay. Harris has reduced Trump's lead there, but only to 5 points. Trump is still heavily favored to win there, I'd say, personally. Virginia, still Trump leads there by 1.5 points, 59% counted, but apparently mail-in ballots haven't been counted there, so we'll see. Probably going to favor Democrats, like I said. Wisconsin, how are they doing? 25% counted in Wisconsin. Trump has taken back the lead. Trump leads in Wisconsin with 26% of the vote counted. He leads by about 1 point. And is that with urban areas counted? Milwaukee is reporting 25%, Madison reporting 43%. Okay, I'd say this result is roughly in line with where it's going to end up in the end. But we'll see, of course. Virginia, 59%. Georgia, 79%. North Carolina, 63%. These are all reported votes, not vote tallies. I think it looks good for Trump. That's my early prediction. I said at the start of the stream, I think it's 80%. As my personal gut feeling, I thought Trump was going to win, about 80% confidence. I think I'm even more confident now, to be honest. That was a gut feeling. Now I've got actual evidence to back it up. So I'm more confident in my prediction than I was at the start of the stream, definitely. Let's take a look at the New York Times needle, though. Although we haven't gotten many new results, so I think I doubt they'll have any updates on that. Let's see. Not really. It's still leaning Trump. Oh, Trump is now at his highest chance of victory yet in terms of the New York Times needle. New York Times now puts Trump at a 70% chance of winning the election, the whole election, electoral college-wise. That's very interesting. If you're on the vertical stream, please do let me know if you have any questions, if you've got any opinions you'd like to share that I can give my opinion on. Please do let me know. There's 9 people over there. You can also head over to the horizontal stream that's on our live page on our channel. So if you'd prefer to watch in a horizontal format, you can do that as well. Let's see what the New York Times is saying for the popular votes, because that looks to be very close as well. Oh, Trump has gone up to a 71% chance of winning. His odds just keep getting better, it seems. I'm not sure quite where they show the popular vote, but I'm guessing Trump is also getting closer in the popular vote. Okay. Let's see, though. Trump is now a narrow but clear favorite to win in Georgia and North Carolina. If he does, Harris would probably need to sweep the 3 northern swing states. A real possibility, but tall order. That is what I've been saying. I'm not surprised. Trump's still leading by 5 in Georgia. .54 to 46 for Osborne. But again, those are from mainly liberal areas, and he's roughly in line. That's the independent candidate in Nebraska. He's roughly performing in line with Harris, who is not going to win Nebraska. So I'm a bit less confident on Osborne's chances. Definitely more confident in Trump's chances nationwide. I'd say if you're a Republican, you'd be very happy at the moment. Things are going your way. But all to play for, of course. Arizona hasn't even closed polling yet. Or is it Nevada? It's one of those. But one of them is still not closed. And there hasn't been any surprises yet, but things are trending in Trump's direction. I think another race has been called for Trump. I'm not sure where that is, but he's up to 188 electoral votes. Let's see where that was. I'm not quite sure. But, yeah. Maybe it was Ohio. I think that got called a while ago then. Never mind. Let's jump back into the Ohio Senate race. With about 70% of the vote reported now. Let's see what that's looking like. Bernie Moreno has extended his lead to about 4 points over the incumbent Sherrod Brown. And Bernie Moreno is from the Republican Party, of course. It looks like Moreno's going to take it. He's trailing Trump, of course. And by a lot. But it might be little enough for him to take it still. I'm not sure. We'll wait and see. It hasn't been called yet. So don't read into that too much. Wisconsin is now reporting 32% of votes. That Kamala Harris has retaken the lead by about 1 point. In Michigan, Harris leads by 5 points. That's down from about 7, with 14% of the vote counted. In Pennsylvania, Harris leads by only 3 now, and that's with 36% of the vote counted. I think these tightening margins are fueling New York Times projection for Trump, but race hasn't been called yet. A decision desk update on North Carolina. Let's see. Let's take a look at this. Trump is leading Harris by roughly 4 percentage points, with more than half of the expected votes counted. Many of the state's most populous counties haven't reported significant numbers of votes cast in person on or before Election Day. In North Carolina, votes cast before Election Day made up 83% of total votes in 2020 and 58% in 2022. Okay. That's not too much information. North Carolina still looks to be going Republican. Let's check the New York Times needle, though. Let's see if that's gone any more favorable for Trump. Still favors Trump. Let's see how much by. 69%, down from 71. Not much, though. Okay. Miami-Dade has shifted 19 points. And that's the county in Florida, of course. Wow. That's big. Of course, that's not going to be reflected nationwide. By no stretch of the imagination. Oh, Trump is back up to a 71% chance of winning. I'm not sure what information did that, but seems to have helped Trump. And this is according to the New York Times Needle. You should expect it to go back and forth, though. It's definitely not an accurate projector for the end of the race, by no means. But we shall go back over to the Associated Press. I want to have a look at Georgia, because Georgia was getting close to having 80% of their votes counted. I think Georgia's probably approaching the territory where we might expect it to be called for Trump fairly soon, maybe. And that was Missouri that got called for Trump. So in Georgia, yep, 80% of votes counted. Trump still leads by, is that 5 points? Trump still leads in Georgia by 5 points. Harris would have to make up a lot of ground to win Georgia. Atlanta has counted, Fulton County, Atlanta has counted 78% of votes though. So maybe it's all to play for. Yeah, the counties around Atlanta are maybe reporting a bit slower than the rest of the state, which could indicate Harris could make up some ground. I still expect Trump to win by about 2 to 3 points, I'd say, which would be an overperformance of the polls by about 1 point. If he can reflect that nationally, he'll win. That's the story. North Carolina, 65%. Trump leads by 5 points. Where do polls close next? In 5 minutes. Let's see. Polls close in Montana, Nevada, swing state, and Utah. That'll be the final place where polls close, I believe. Maybe Arizona, since we don't have results for that yet, but maybe they're just being slow. And then, of course, we'll have California after that, Washington, and Oregon. But those don't matter at all, really. Apart from the popular vote, we'll see how much ground Kamala Harris can make up in California. Moving back over to the Associated Press. I think Georgia's still the one to watch, but I'm getting increasingly confident of a Trump victory there to be completely transparent. 80% cast there. Wisconsin has moved back into Trump's hands. That's only with 34% of the vote counted, though. Dead even, 49.2% to Harris's 49.2%. Michigan, the gap is roughly the same, about 5 points. Harris leads. Pennsylvania, 39% reported. Ooh, Trump only trails by about 1.5 percentage points now in Pennsylvania. Very interesting. And how is Philadelphia reporting? Is Philadelphia reporting quicker or slower? Philadelphia is reporting slower than the national average, but Pittsburgh is reporting faster. So it's a bit up in the air in terms of Pennsylvania. We shall keep watching that race closely. Trump has extended his lead in Wisconsin by 1/10 of a percentage point. No updates in Georgia yet, I believe. Nope, we're still looking at 80% reported. North Carolina 65%, Virginia 60%. Trump still has a 2-point lead in Virginia. If we go over to the New York Times, we can see state-specific projections. That might be a bit more helpful for us. If we move on down to still a 71% chance of Trump winning. Ooh, the New York Times now estimates that Harris will win the popular vote by 0.2 points. That is not enough to get her a win in the Electoral College, by no stretch of the imagination. Republicans seem to have made gains in the Senate, flipping that seat in West Virginia. That was expected, though. But we'll see. It's looking good for Trump now, definitely. He is the clear favorite. Okay, I think it's a good time, just as polls are about to close in a few more states. I'm going to take a bathroom break, but I'll be back with you shortly. Thank you for sticking around. back. I'm just going to set down my water and we'll get straight back to it. Hopefully we've got some new results. We're going to open up the Associated Press. See where we're at on there. Then I'm going to consult the New York Times, of course. Okay, Trump up to 198 in the Electoral College. Let's see. What has been called for him? Something that I can't tell. Oh, it's Utah, I think. Utah worth 6 electoral votes, putting him up to 198. We're also getting results from Oregon, which leans Republican at the moment, with less than 1% counted. I doubt that will be reflective of the final result. Georgia still trending in Trump's direction, 81% counted. North Carolina, Trump is now up 5 with 66% counted. Virginia, Trump's still up by about 2 points, 61% counted. Pennsylvania, now leaning Trump with about half of the vote counted. That came in quickly. Wisconsin, 37% counted. Trump leads by half a point. Michigan, Trump down by about 3 points. With 17% counted. Heading over to the New York Times. Let's see if their needle has adjusted based on this new information. It has. Oh, we are now up to a 75% chance of Trump winning. That's the highest it's been so far. That sounds about right. The Green Party nominee is winning in the Montana Senate. Really? Wow. That's certainly interesting. And in our stream poll, we're back at 50-50. 48 votes, 50-50. Kamala Harris and Donald Trump. Wow. Definitely interesting. If you're over on the vertical stream on your shorts feed, do let me know what you think. Leave me any comments or just discuss anything amongst yourselves. Thank you for tuning in. Thank you to all the results you've been informing me of. But yeah, 75% chance of Trump winning. I'd have to agree. I came in saying that I thought he'd win. I was 80% confident. Now I'm even more confident. We've got this evidence to confirm my gut feeling. It really was a gut feeling. Didn't have too much evidence to back it up. But now I'm pretty confident of a Trump win. And the Republicans are now at 47, according to the New York Times, 47 in the Senate. Just 3 away from a majority, assuming Trump wins. And J.D. Vance gets the tie-breaking vote as vice president. Oh, and Larry Hogan has been defeated in Maryland. That's a shame, Larry. He had about a 1% chance of winning, but he held on. So I respect him for that. But Hogan is out in Maryland, keeping the blue state Senate seat. Okay, the needle's not moving much at the moment, so we're going to head back to the Associated Press. Hopefully, Georgia will be called soon. The last votes are kind of coming in. There we've got 81%. Trump maintains a 5-point lead. I doubt that will be reduced drastically. I'm fairly confident Trump will win Georgia. 68% in North Carolina of votes counted. It's a bit more up in the air, but Trump still leads by 5 points there. I think he'll win that fairly comfortably. Interestingly, Trump leads in Virginia, although that's been reduced down to 0.5 points as opposed to the 2 points he led there earlier tonight. Trump is not going to win Virginia, but he seems to be overperforming there. That seems indicative of the race as a whole. We've just got Colorado. Colorado called for Kamala Harris with 48% of the votes counted. That puts her up to 109. New York, about 60% of the votes counted, which should help Harris a lot in terms of the popular vote. She's won by about 20 points if this data holds. But Trump is still ahead in the popular vote by 6 points. Of course, California's still yet to come. We'll just have to see if she can make up that ground. I am going to see what the Associated Press predicts for the popular vote. I'm guessing it's a bit lower now. Earlier it was at 0.2. Let's see if I can find where they are predicting that. I can't see it at the moment, but give me a second. Hopefully we can pull that up. Let's see. Okay, no swing states called yet. They're still saying that Virginia's likely Democratic. Still saying that Georgia and North Carolina likely Republican. Oh, Trump's chances have gone up even more. He now has a 77% chance of winning the whole election. That's in terms of the Electoral College. I'm not sure about the popular vote. I'm trying to find that at the moment. Wow. The popular vote is now heading in Trump's direction, apparently. Trump is now predicted to win the popular vote by 0.4 points. That would be an upset. That would be a slight upset. I think he was at about 38%, maybe 28% of winning popular vote on the betting markets. But that's a bit of a surprise. Definitely. Okay. I'm going to check the chat quickly. A Montana US Senate testers in a dead heat for keeping a seat. That's not entirely surprising. Let's check out the Montana Senate race. Let's see where those votes are coming from at the moment. So, of course, it's John Tester. Oh, wow. It looks like the Green Party is going to unseat the Democratic incumbent, John Tester. That's a surprise. We've gotten quite a few independents coming close here. Is that from... That's not even from entirely urban areas that the Green Party's doing well. Very interesting. 2% reporting, though. 2% reporting. Let's keep that in mind and slow down a bit. But that's a very interesting result. Even the Libertarian Party's ahead of both the Republican Party and John Tester. John Tester trailing the Republican by 2% or so. But that's surprising. Thank you for telling me that. John Tester's definitely going to lose then. That's what I'm seeing. I'm not sure to who, but his votes are just being eaten by Libertarians and the Green Party. I don't see him retaining his seat. Whether it goes Republican, I'm not sure, but we'll just have to keep watching. Oh, Trump has a 79% chance of winning now, according to the New York Times. Just keeps getting better for him. Let's see. 70% in Virginia, Trump leads by 1 point. 70% in North Carolina, Trump leads by 5 points. And 84% in Georgia, Trump leads by 5 points. Things are trending in Trump's direction, definitely. No two ways about it. If you were Trump, you should be very happy right now. That's the way the night is going, at least. But we've got to check out the northern swing states. They're definitely worth looking at. And I want to check in on 538 as well, because they were previously saying that this election night is looking a lot like 2020 with no clear winner. I think we're a bit clearer on the winner now, but let's see. They haven't really said anything about the race as a whole, which is fair enough. So we'll check back in on them later. I'm not sure what I was intending to do after that, but it will come to me eventually. Okay. Okay, heading back over to the Associated Press. No new states have been called as far as I know, but we'll soon find out. Nope, still Trump leads at 198 compared to Harris 109. And Trump leads in the popular vote by over 6 points. Virginia, we're looking at a Trump lead of 1 point, 65% of the vote in there. Check in on the northern swing states. Harris leads by 0.1 points in Wisconsin. That's 44% of the votes counted. Michigan, very slow on the votes, but Kamala Harris leads there by 1.5 points, 18% counted. Pennsylvania, half of the votes counted. Trump leads there. Trump leads by 2 points. Let's see if those reporting numbers are ahead or behind in the urban strongholds. 41% in Philadelphia, slightly behind. In Pittsburgh, 71%, slightly ahead. Allentown, slightly behind. Neighboring Northampton County, slightly ahead. This looks good for Trump. Erie County still hasn't been reported yet. Okay, 32%, just trailing a bit. Pennsylvania is going to be a nail-biter, it looks like, but Trump only needs one of the northern swing states to win the election, so definitely worth keeping an eye on all three of them. The District of Columbia has results now. No one is really surprised about that. Trump is losing there. He's only got 6.6% compared to Harris's over 90. No surprise there at all. Michigan, 18%. Harris leads by 1.5 points. As I said, we've got data for Arizona. Not much, but Harris leads there. Just trying to get results. Harris leads by 1 point in Arizona. 48% of votes counted. They're actually counting quite quickly this time. I'm surprised. Usually it takes ages for Arizona. At least that was the case in 2020, but they seem to be doing quite well this time around. Okay. Harris leads by under a point in Arizona. And that's even with the county that Phoenix is located in reporting, and Tucson. These are bad numbers for Harris. Maricopa County, where Phoenix is located, Harris only leads by 2 points. And it doesn't want to load, but Tucson, Harris is leading by a bit more. But they're already reporting much far ahead of the rest of the state. So things are looking good for Trump in Arizona, as they are in the rest of the Sun Belt. No surprises there at all. Okay. Wisconsin, now back in the hands of Trump. Probably temporarily. You can expect that one to go back and forth throughout the night, in all likelihood. But let's check in on there anyway. Trump leads in the popular vote by 6 points still, over 6 points. I'm trying to get numbers on Wisconsin, if it will load. It does not want to. Please give me a second. Any updates from the chat? Jim Slim, thank you for being here so long. Good night, or wherever you are. Have a good evening. Thank you for sticking around for so long. In the vertical stream, we've got a lot more people than in the horizontal stream, so please do ask me any questions you have. We've got 8 people in there. Do let me know what you think. If you have any questions, let me know, of course. Hopefully, we're approaching the end of this stream. As we can pretty confidently predict the winner. Let's take a look at New York Times. See where their needle is. Harris now winning by less than 20 points in New York. That's not good for her in terms of the popular vote. No new state's been called yet. 79% chance of Trump winning. That's roughly the same as it was before. The highest it's been. That's just dropped down to 78. Arizona leans Trump in their estimations. Georgia is now likely Trump. North Carolina is now likely Trump. He has raised his margin there to +6. Pennsylvania is still a toss-up. Wisconsin is still a toss-up. Nevada, no votes reported. And Michigan still a toss-up. Let's take a look at the live forecast. I'm trying to find a map, but it's making me log in, so never mind. But yeah, looks like it's generally trending in the direction of Trump, I've got to say. So much so that I'm considering calling it a night, because Harris's path to victory is getting very, very narrow. The chance that she retains all 3 northern swing states is very, very unlikely. And Bernie Moreno has extended his lead to 6 points in the Ohio Senate race. So I think we've got a pretty good idea of how this race is going, in all honesty. It's going to be very difficult for Kamala Harris to make up this lead. Moving back over to the New York Times for one last check, because it was trending towards Harris last time. But only by 1 point. She still has a 21% chance of winning the election. I would not rather be in her shoes, but she's in the race. I wouldn't discount her completely. But I think we might be able to leave the stream there soon. I think let's see how this New York Times estimate goes. But thank you for sticking around for so long. And we should know the result fairly soon. I doubt it'll be called, but we'll see. Alright, let's see. 78% chance of Trump winning still. I'm pretty sure he's going to do it. No swing states have been called yet. We've had more polls close recently. Hopefully Nevada. But we shall see. Thank you everyone for sticking around. We've got a forecast for Nevada. It's pretty dead even there. Things are shaping up as expected according to Nathaniel Rakich at 5:38. He says, in North Carolina, things are looking good for Trump. In Georgia, things are looking good for Trump. And for the northern battleground states, it seems a bit 50-50 at the moment, which is definitely fair. And I think, considering Kamala Harris has to sweep the northern swing states, Trump is probably going to win. I don't see him not winning at least one of them. It's possible she wins 270, 268. That's the only path for her at the moment, really, that I can imagine. Otherwise, it's looking pretty bad for her. Mississippi has been called for Trump. No surprise there. Heading back over to the map. Hopefully Georgia will be called soon. They've sort of stalled at 82% votes counted. North Carolina kind of stuck at 73. Pennsylvania 52. Trump leads there by a couple of percentage points. Wisconsin, Trump leads as well. He leads by 0.7. That's with about half the votes counted. Virginia has finally flipped to the Democrats. About time. Virginia had been looking red for a while until it just flipped now. But that was a bit surprising. Arizona, Democrats still lead there with half the vote counted, but that's mainly with counties that contain Democrat strongholds, such as Phoenix and Tucson. But it's close in Michigan, about 1.5 points. Michigan's been really slow in counting. They're only at 20%. Wisconsin, nearly half Trump leads. Pennsylvania, over half reported Trump leads. It's all going pretty close, but it's shaping up probably about how I expected it to. Trump should surely sweep all of the swing states in the South. So Georgia, North Carolina, Arizona, Nevada, if Nevada counts as the South. But it's going to be close in the northern ones, but Trump only needs to take one. It's definitely very interesting. Okay, young voters show a small but possibly important shift towards Trump. That's interesting. And Colorado has been called for Harris. I think I already mentioned that. Okay. Let's head over to the New York Times, see where the needle has moved over there. Probably not too much. But if it's in Trump's direction, that would follow a trend. Trump has an 81% chance of victory, the New York Times now predicts. That's not surprising at all. Very, very interesting. Do let me know if you're in the vertical stream. We've got a horizontal stream running as well. But let me know what you think. If you've got any questions, feel free to ask. Or head over to the vertical horizontal stream as I mentioned. We've got quite a few people in there. Niz the Biz. Appreciate the effort you're doing. Thank you so much. Thank you for sticking around. I appreciate it. He's on the vertical stream. I've been here for a while, but it looks like things are shaping up for Trump. That's what I predicted at the start. I seem to be being proven right. But no swing states have been called, so I can't say that for sure. Georgia is 91% in now. Trump leads with a margin of +3. New York Times says it's a likely Republican state. North Carolina 76% in. Likely Republican as well. Virginia, Harris leads by half a point. That's not great for her. 72% in. That's likely Democratic. Pennsylvania 55%. That's a toss-up. Trump leads by 3 at the moment. Arizona, leaning Republican rating, even though Harris leads by 1. That's to be expected. Wisconsin, Trump leads by 1. Still a toss-up. Michigan, Trump is down by 1.3. Still a toss-up. Trump has that 81% chance of victory, though. He only needs one of those northern swing states. Keep that in mind. He only needs one of Wisconsin, Michigan, or Pennsylvania. Could go either way, of course. In terms of the Senate, it looks like Republicans are doing as well as expected in the Senate. They had a 90-something% chance of winning in the Senate. In the House, Republicans have the advantage at the moment, but all in expected locations. We're still waiting for California, of course, where Democrats will pick up a bunch of seats, inevitably, but we shall see. Things are looking good for Trump, as they have all night, really. 81% chance of winning. That's pretty strong. Pretty strong for Trump. But we're going to head over back to the Associated Press. See how Georgia's doing. Apparently, over 90% of votes counted in Georgia. Should be called fairly soon, I'd predict. And that would be the first swing state to be called tonight. Georgia, 88%, Associated Press claims Trump ahead by just over 3 points. Pennsylvania, Trump ahead by a couple of points. 55% in there. Wisconsin, 49% in. Trump leads by just under a point. In Michigan, which I think is the hardest for Trump to win, is possible. It's still a toss-up, but Harris leads by 1 point. And that's with 21% of the votes counted, trailing Wisconsin and Pennsylvania massively. Step it up, Michigan, seriously. Arizona, 48%. It's been stuck on that for a while. We're waiting for the rural counties to come in. But Harris leads there by 1 point. That's not enough for her to win. Not really at all. But I think we can confidently predict, not 100%, but I think it's fairly likely that Trump has won the election. Just waiting for... Okay, Georgia is now very likely Republican. New York Times is likely to call that soon. 82% chance of victory for Trump now. Okay. Montana governor handedly wins re-election. That's a contrast to the Senate race. Anything else? Doesn't look like it. Let's see. We might just call an end to the stream soon, though. Things are looking pretty likely for Trump. If he loses, it means Kamala Harris wins 270-268. In that case, it probably goes to the Supreme Court because people aren't happy with how the electoral votes were distributed according to the census. So we'll see. It's going to be interesting. But really, we should expect to see Georgia called any second now, hopefully. And that is in the direction of Trump, almost definitely. We do have the BBC News headlines running up there. So let's take a look at what they're saying. Trump now up to 195 electoral votes according to the BBC. And they are reporting that Trump is leading in Georgia, North Carolina, and Pennsylvania, while Harris leads in Arizona. Again, don't count that too much. That's mainly urban areas. BBC's been really late with these projections. They've just called Ohio for Trump about 10 minutes ago. That happened ages ago. I think Trump's supporters should be very confident at the moment. Very confident. It's interesting, though. Okay, BBC's New York correspondent, USA correspondent, has weighed in. Let's see what he says. Oh, really? That's interesting. 54% of women backed Harris compared to 57% for Biden. Harris made a really big effort for women, and polls suggested she did well there. Apparently not. Apparently she has not made up enough ground there. She's lost ground to Biden, even. 55% of white voters voted Trump. 12% of black voters voted Trump. That's an improvement over last time, I believe. 45% Hispanic. That's an improvement. 39% Asian. I think that's similar. Maybe an improvement. Wow. 18 to 29-year-olds, 42% back Trump. I think that's quite high. I think that's really quite high for Trump. 65 or over. Harris won 65 or over. Wow, that's surprising. Very interesting. A lot of interesting data there. I'm going to go back to the New York Times. That seems to be getting better for Trump every minute or so. Trump has an 82% chance of winning. That's the highest he's had yet. No surprises there, really. Let's head over to the vertical stream, see if anyone's got any questions over there. Doesn't look like it, but we've got 9 people watching. If you're on the vertical stream, if you found me through your shorts feed, do let me know if you've got any questions, if you've got any thoughts. I'd be happy to hear them. Right now, we should be getting Georgia coming in soon. New York Times says it's very likely Republican. We'll see. Another Senate race called for Republicans. The Senate is now 48-36. Republicans almost 100% for the Senate. They had something like a 90-something% chance of winning the Senate. It looks like that is going to happen. Trump leads the popular vote by over 6 points. That's a bit of a surprise. But we still have California to go, which will, of course, give Harris a lot of votes, unsurprisingly. I'm getting very tired. I hope this race gets a lot less close fairly soon, because I want to sleep. But it does look like it's trending in Trump's direction. We can say that for sure. All the polls have now closed in swing states. We don't have results in Nevada yet, unfortunately. Georgia should be called soon. I've been saying that for a while, though. 57% in Pennsylvania. Trump leads by 3. It's a toss-up, though, according to the New York Times. Trump leads by 0.24 in Arizona. It's now rated as a lean Republican. Virginia, now rated as very likely Democrat. That's not surprising. Wisconsin, Trump leads by 1.3 with 51% in. But interestingly, Michigan. The New York Times now claims that Michigan leans Republican. That should help Trump a lot. Yeah, that's boosted his chance of winning to 83%. Okay, things are looking quite clear. Trump doesn't even need to win Michigan. He can win Wisconsin or Pennsylvania. And that will do it for him. But I think it's very possible that he wins all 3 northern swing states. Very much within the realm of possibility. Updates from reporters. The mood at Trump's campaign party has noticeably turned in the last few minutes. Republicans getting rowdier as Trump's prospects get rosier. Indeed. Definitely. The New York Times to move Michigan into the lean Republican category. That's big. Especially since Trump only needs 1 of Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania. Think things are shaping up here. I might be able to get an early night. I'll be very happy about that. Not an early night. It's nearly 4 o'clock. But, you know, all things considered. Might be good in the long run. We shall see. Anything on the stream chat? Doesn't look like it. Let's see if the vertical stream has anything. Okay. Not much new from Georgia. Still a very likely Republican state according to the New York Times. North Carolina, Trump now leads by 6. That's likely Republican. 77% reporting there. Arizona is now lean Republican, but Michigan has been moved from lean Republican back to the toss-up category. That is not great for Trump. But his chances of winning still 83% according to the New York Times. Again, he only needs to win 1 of Wisconsin, Michigan, or Pennsylvania. It's very possible that he'll win all 3. He only needs 1. But no swing state's been called yet. Georgia's the closest one there with 91% in. Very likely Republican according to the New York Times. Likely Republican, North Carolina. Lean Republican, Arizona. That's fair. Let's see. I think the New York Times is also predicting that Trump will win the popular vote, which would be huge. Trump has not won the popular vote even when he won the election in 2016. That would be quite impressive. In fact, no Republican has won the popular vote since 2004, I believe, when George W. Bush did so. And in 2000, he didn't even do it. So, it'd be a pretty significant win if Trump were to win the popular vote, which is the way it looks to be going. No swing states called yet, still, unfortunately. Georgia's still very likely Republican. North Carolina is reporting quite quickly now, 84% in there. Likely Republican according to the New York Times. That is an essential pickup for Trump. Still 83% chance of him winning. Arizona's lean Republican. Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, and Michigan still all toss-ups, but Trump does lead in all of them. BBC has just called Iowa. They're so far behind. But yeah, Iowa got called a while ago by the Associated Press, I believe. Let's just check that first. Because otherwise, BBC has been very far behind. Oh no, Iowa hasn't been called. BBC are actually ahead for once, but 50% counted. BBC has called Iowa. Where the Associated Press has not. But Trump is ahead by 12. Defying the Ann Seltzer poll that suggested Harris would win Iowa by 3 points. That is clearly not happening. I think that's safe to say at least. Decision Desk updates on Arizona. Maricopa County, which includes Phoenix, has reported its first votes. The massive county is key for candidates. Its first update included more than 1 million votes. About half of the expected total there. The first reported votes were ballots that arrived or were cast ahead of Election Day. County election officials have warned it could take as long as 13 days to tabulate all the ballots. So maybe we won't know who won for a few days, just in terms of 100% sure. But if Trump does win the northern swing states, we can be fairly certain. What's that? Kansas has been called for Trump. I believe that was already the case, according to the Associated Press. Never mind. BBC are reporting ahead of the Associated Press, apparently, when before they were very behind. But Kansas has been called, apparently. That does put Trump over 200. Let's check on BBC how many... Trump is on 207 electoral votes, according to the BBC. Let's check that New York Times needle one more time. See where that puts Trump. %. Trump continues to improve his standing overall. Georgia's still very likely Trump. It's taken a while for those last ballots to come in. Trump is ahead in Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, and Michigan, but still a toss-up. I think I'm going to call it there, everyone. But thank you for stopping by. Thank you to everyone who joined. I'm very grateful. But I think we've got a pretty clear picture that Trump will win, and I want to go to sleep. So thank you all for joining me. I'm glad my prediction was right. I hope I didn't just jinx that, or I hope I did, depending on whoever you support. But thank you for tuning in. Good night. See you next time.